This is Audible.
And now, Part 2 of Shadow's Stand, written by Sarah McCarty and read by Savannah Richards.
Chapter 10. "Here we are. This is your room," Ida told Faye, handing her some candles, soap, and towels. Faye nodded. "Thank you." She hesitated in front of the door. "Nervous?" Faye nodded and touched her fingers to the glass knob. "We have not been married long." "Well, I've known Michael a long time, and have never known him to be anything but honorable." That knowledge didn't extend to his real name, which begged the question just how much of Ida's opinion about the man could be trusted. "When I met him, they were hanging him for stealing a horse." Ida's eyebrows went up. "Michael steal? Michael's never had to steal a thing in his life. Horses, women, they all come to him. He was born on the wrong side of luck, but he's been pulling himself up ever since." "I do not know what that means." Ida patted her shoulder. "It means you have a good man and no reason to worry. But if you're wanting to sleep alone tonight, you let me know and I'll put your husband elsewhere." Faye would love to sleep alone tonight, not to worry about who she had to be or what was going to happen. But at the same time, she had so few nights left with Shadow. Wasting them might be a large regret. "He does not intend to stay married." "I heard him." Ida smoothed her hair. "I also saw the way he looks at you." "He desires me." "And you desire him." She blushed and nodded. "More important, you like him." Ida patted her shoulder. "That's a better base than most marriages have." "But he intends to send me away." "He's doing what he thinks is best. That's what people who care about each other do." "For him or for me?" "If it was the best for him, he'd keep you locked in the bedroom and to heck with the consequences." Ida was right. "I still do not like it." "I don't imagine he does either. But even if you never see him again, it wasn't because he didn't care. So that's something to hold on to. Now," Ida asked brusquely, "where do you want your husband?" Where indeed? Did she want to hold her hurt or the man? "Here would be fine." Ida smiled. "I'd want him with me, too. It's good to have memories, even the bittersweet ones." "I hope so." Because by the time this was over, Faye was going to have a heap to remember. And maybe regret. But her choices were limited, and the answers to the one she could pose always pointed in one direction. Shadow. He was the choice she'd started with, and the one she kept coming back to. Bidding Ida good night, she entered the room and shut the door behind her. Leaning back against it, she closed her eyes. "What are you telling me, ancestors?" There was no answer. Taking her pack, Faye dropped it on a chair by the bed. She wasn't sure what to do. Should she sit on the bed and wait? Stand by the door? And what was she waiting for? A husband who wanted to bed her? A stranger who wanted her to leave? Or a friend who rested somewhere in between? Whatever Shadow decided to be, when he came through that door, it didn't change who she was. And how she chose to respond to him was her business, no one else's. And she'd already decided she wanted to hold the man. Placing the soap and towel on the bedstand, she poured a little water into the basin. Dipping her hand in, she let the cool water flow over her fingers, watching the ripples distort the image of her skin. If she believed what she was seeing, her hand was dissolving, insubstantial. But she wasn't afraid, because she knew what was real. Maybe that's all that mattered. Maybe it didn't matter what Shadow wanted. Maybe the difference lay in her perception of what others believed. If she was going to be her own woman and run her own life, then that meant she had to make her own decisions. And be comfortable with the reactions they brought about. She turned at the sound of a soft knock on the door. "Come in." Shadow came in, saddlebags over his shoulder, hat in his hand. He didn't ask permission to close the door, just did it. She rather liked that decisiveness in him. He put the saddlebags down by the chair opposite the bed and hung his hat on a spindle on the back.
"Did you really dose Culbert?"
She nodded.
"Dangerous game you played there."
It was the only thing I could think to do.
Men who can't perform tend to get testy.
Yes, but I was hoping he would not be so testy for a few more days, until I got the gold to buy Lynn back. He nodded.
But you ran out of time.
Yes. His testiness was quicker than desired.
How much did he want for your cousin?
$1,000. Shadow whistled through his teeth.
That's a lot of money.
Are you implying my cousin isn't worth it?
No, I'm thinking he'd want to know where you came up with it if you got it, which would just borrow a whole lot of trouble.
I don't think he thought I could. I think it was a joke to him.
I'm thinking it might have been part joke, and part of it might have been curiosity. You didn't, by any chance, bring any gold into the assayer's office, did you?
As I said before, just a little.
Ah.
What does mean?
Ah means you're damn lucky you didn't get the gold you wanted to buy your cousin back, and you're damn lucky Culbert's patience ran out and you dragged her out of there. Because if you'd gotten the money to buy her, he would have been after you for your claim.
I didn't think of that.
I'm not surprised. He had you over a barrel, and he was pretty confident he could keep you there.
Yes.
How did your cousin end up with Culbert anyway? She's a decent girl, of good family. I can't believe your father selling her didn't raise some eyebrows.
Culbert is a powerful man.
Your father seemed to be, too, amidst the railroad at least. If your father had said no, I doubt Culbert would have up and stolen her.
The illness my father had made him think strangely, act strangely, become sly. I do not think anyone but my father and Culbert truly know what my father did. And only my father knew why.
And you?
No, I do not know the why. She would never know that now. He unbuttoned his shirt and rolled up his sleeves.
Did your father know about your claim?
My father?
Yes, your father. Did you tell him about the claim?
I am his daughter.
You just got done telling me he was ill and not thinking straight at the end of his life. A smart daughter would not be telling a man like that secrets.
He soaped his hands, picked hers up and washed them gently, sliding his fingers over her palms, between them, massaging the muscles at the base of her thumb and in the center of her palm. It felt surprisingly good. She didn't hear any censure in his voice. It was my father who found the gold, but then forgot. But no, I did not remind my father of the claim.
You were buying your way out from under him, too, weren't you?
She nodded.
Did he know?
She shook her head. He did not even suspect. Chinese daughters do not leave their homes unless they go with a husband.
But you've decided to be American.
Yes. It was hard to concentrate with him standing so close behind her, his hands on hers, the heat of his body wrapping around her like a hug. All she needed to do was step away. That was all. It was the one thing she couldn't do.
Hard choices.
Yes. He handed her a towel, then picked up a washcloth and dipped it in the water. He rubbed soap into it.
Turn around.
She did, but he didn't back up. His hips touched her groin, her breasts, his chest. His finger under her chin lifted her face for the gentle wipe of the face cloth.
What's your choice going to be tonight, Faye?
What do you mean?
I may not be as honorable a man as I'd let on. Not when it comes to you. It means the day after tomorrow, when Lynn's relatives come for her, I'm going to send you with them. Give you your fresh start. But tonight I'm feeling selfish. Tonight, I want to know what it's like to make love to my wife in a bed.
He wasn't making sense. What do you do, Shadow?
The hell if I know.
The cloth stroked over her cheek and down over her chin to her neck, hitting the barrier of her collar and then sliding sideways over the nape. It felt cool and wonderful. His hands felt cool and wonderful.
I've always been on the outside looking in, Faye. Other people's lives, other people's families, other people's loves. I've got a price on my head, and that's not going to change. Keeping you with me would just bury you with me, and that I won't do.
But you want tonight.
Yeah.
The first 3 buttons of her shirt surrendered to his fingers without a whisper of a protest.
Bastard that I am. I want my wedding night.
I do not know what the female equivalent of a bastard is. He blinked, cocked his eyebrow at her, and the cloth paused at her collarbone. But I want my wedding night, too. I want to stay with you.
I won't force you.
I know.
You've got people waiting for you.
He didn't understand the hierarchy in family, didn't understand where her mixed blood put her. She didn't correct him.
You can start over in San Francisco.
Yes, she could. She wasn't going to, but she could. I will be fine, Shadow. You do not have to worry about me.
I seem to do it anyway.
He didn't look as though he liked it either. She could tell. He hooked his fingers in the tiny buttons on the front of her shirt. She could feel his frustration build. If you rip this one, I do not have another.
Then maybe you ought to do it.
He was giving her a choice again, she realized. If she would not undo the last buttons on the shirt, then it would all end. She would have had her taste of wild and still be pure. Her cousin's family could find her a match, and her future could go on in the way it had always been planned by all the people who had a say. Everyone except her. She undid the next button and watched his pupils dilate, his nostrils flare. The next button wasn't so easy, and by the time she got to the 4th, her courage ran out. He touched the cool cloth to the pulse pounding in her throat and eased it down into the V she'd created. She caught his wrist in her hand, wrapping her fingers around the heavy bone and lean muscle.
What's wrong?
I find I'm not prepared to seduce my husband on my wedding night. He froze. She fought the urge to lower her gaze. I have that awkward feeling again. I do not know what will please you, if I will please you. Kindness softened the hard edge.
Are we back to you worrying that these breasts are too little for my taste?
American women are much more... With a gesture in front of her chest, she finished the sentence.
You're an American now. You said so yourself.
Declaring it did not make my bosom grow. Shadow dropped his forehead to hers and chuckled.
Fei Yan, has anyone ever told you you're an honest woman?
I do not believe those are the words that have been used.
Well, I like your honesty, and I like your breasts. They're not too small, and your hips are not too wide, and your mouth is not too lush.
She didn't know what to make of that litany, a list of her attributes. Was it a condemnation? Was it a compliment?
Hell,
Shadow sighed.
I'm not doing too well here, am I?
I don't know what you're doing.
I'm trying to seduce you, but I'm not doing much of a job.
Why did you not say so? Dropping the washcloth in the basin, he picked her up.
It's one of those things a man isn't supposed to have to say.
As he carried her to the bed, she asked, You have seduced many women?
More than my fair share. Enough that you don't have to worry that I don't know what I'm doing between the sheets.
That wasn't what she wanted to hear, but she, too, found his honesty refreshing, so she didn't complain. How many is a fair share?
Enough.
There have been so many you cannot put a number on it?
Faye, I don't remember a goddamn one of them right now.
He was telling her he could see only her, and that was good. He laid her gently on the bed. His fingers went to work on the tie of her camisole. She glanced at the lamp. He shook his head.
No, I want to see every inch of you.
I am feeling shy.
Then it'll be my job to get you past that. But I don't want to force you.
You are not. But I find modesty makes me want to throw nose in your face as we go.
Just modesty?
She nodded.
Not fear?
Ah, so that was his concern. Cupping his cheek in her hand, she looked into his eyes. I do not fear you that way, Shadow Ochoa. I desire you. The only fear I have is that I will be clumsy in my desire and you will turn away. His hand caught hers, his fingers twining between hers before he tucked them behind her back, arching into him.
That will never happen.
She watched the passion flare in his eyes, making them darker still. When his gaze dropped to her mouth, her lips parted and her tongue teased across the surface in a slow glide, tempting him like a harlot, wanting him like a wife. Never was a long time. Kiss me, Shadow. He did, hard and passionately, his tongue thrust into her mouth, claiming her completely, while his hands pulled her deeper into the kiss, pushing her further. Passion, so much passion, flowed over her, finding her inhibitions, drowning them. Yes. Did he say it, or did she? Did it matter? In this they were in total agreement. Bringing her legs up, she wrapped them around his waist, binding him to her with everything she had.
Be very sure, Faye,
Shadow whispered, separating their mouths the tiniest bit.
I can only give you tonight.
Only tonight. One night out of a lifetime. One night to remember. Or regret. It was the scariest decision she'd ever made, but this might be the last time that this was her choice. If she went to San Francisco, she'd be bartered. If she didn't, a woman alone could not always guarantee her fate. But she could guarantee that this first time was with someone who cared and someone she cared about. Don't make me with child. His gaze narrowed. His hand came over her stomach almost protectively.
I won't.
But he wanted to. She could tell. He very much wanted to. And, heaven help her, she could imagine it too. Turning, Shadow sat on the bed, keeping her on his lap. This was one of her favorite positions. In this position, she could feel him from hip to breast. Why aren't you nervous?
What makes you think I'm not?
She shrugged and looked away. You have been with many women. With an easy push, he spread the camisole open. She closed her eyes.
But I've never been with you.
That brought her eyes open. Men said pretty things to women all the time to get what they wanted. But Shadow wasn't throwing pretty words at her. He was giving her the truth. She gave him a truth of her own. I love everything you do to me.
I can say the same.
She could feel him staring at her breasts. Part of her worried and part of her rejoiced. I don't know what to do with my hands.
Leave them where they are.
Where they were was on the bed beside her hips. If I leave them here, I can't touch you.
Maybe I want you feeling, not touching.
He made it very easy to feel. Like the skim of butterfly wings, his fingers eased across her chest.
You're beautiful, Faye. Like fine porcelain. All graceful curves and delicate points.
His thumb flicked her nipple. Too light to give the sensation she craved. Arching her back, she thrust her breasts up. I will not break. But she could. Shadow knew he could break her so easily, and not because she was fragile. In some ways, Faye was the strongest person he knew. But in others, that honesty she gave him so absolutely meant she was vulnerable to him. He wasn't a fool. He knew she thought she was falling in love with him. He knew she weaved daydreams about what could never be. Hell, he'd woven some daydreams himself. He was a bastard for asking for a wedding night. But he wanted a taste of what others took for granted, and he wanted it with Faye. Still, he had to warn her.
No matter what happens tonight, you're still getting on that stagecoach with Lynn. You're still going to San Francisco.
Not your home. I understand.
Good.
He wanted to strip off his pants and free his cock and rub it all over those sweet, pretty breasts of hers, branding the feel of her into his senses. He wanted to press them together and fuck them until he came. Then he wanted to kiss and love them until she came. He wanted to see the pleasure take her senses, see himself reflected in her gaze when she came and whispered his name. Instead, he picked up the cloth, dipped it in the cooling water, and wiped it over her chest. Gently, tenderly, caring for her the only way he could. And through it all she watched his eyes, his expression, no doubt looking for disappointment. There wasn't a goddamn thing about her that disappointed him. He meant what he'd said. She was perfect. He dipped the cloth back in the basin. She caught his hand before he could bring it out. "What's wrong?" "I need a kiss." Hell, so did he. She reached up. He reached down. His hand curved around her head. Hers went around his neck. They held on to each other as they kissed. She kissed him with a passion he'd taught her, nibbling at his lips, licking at the corner, easing her tongue between, claiming him the way he'd claimed her, but with a feminine demand that curled his toes. "Faye." Her name came out in a sigh of pleasure. "I'm going to touch you now, honey." Moaning, she nodded. He kissed her chin, her cheek, her throat. His hand skimmed up her side, over her ribs, over the curve of her breasts. He cupped one in his hand and plumped it. So delicate. He flicked his thumb over the tip again. So sensitive. "I want you naked." A little gasp and a shiver. "I want you naked, too. I want to feel your skin against mine." He could see it, feel it. Shit. She was going to burn him up. Dragging off his shirt, he gave her what she wanted. Skin against skin. Goosebumps chased over her skin. Heat raced over his as he took her nipple in his mouth. She arched, pressing more of her breast into his mouth in silent demand. He closed his lips around the soft peak, sucking gently until it hardened, keeping the pressure even until she shifted and she pulled at his hair. Shadow. That's what he'd been waiting for. That breathless sigh of his name, of which he could never get enough. Replacing his mouth with his hand, Shadow switched his attention to her other breast, pinching her nipple as he nibbled at the other peak, bringing it to the same point of need. When they were both hard and rosy from his attentions, he leaned back and brushed his hair behind his shoulders so there was nothing between him and the beauty of her desire. She watched him, eyes heavy with passion, lips swollen from his kiss, her breath coming in excited gasps. He couldn't wait any more. "Stay just like that." Getting out of bed, he shucked his moccasins and his pants. He washed quickly. He expected her to turn away with maidenly modesty, but she didn't. She watched him with an avarice that made mincemeat of his good intentions. The water was cool on his heated cock, frigid on his balls, but the heat of her gaze kept him hard. He took the basin, jerked open the window, and threw the water out into the alley below before closing the window and pouring fresh. Faye held out her arms. He'd accept that invitation soon enough. "Not yet." "Yes, now." He loved the demand and the reasons behind it. "I haven't finished bathing you yet." Her cheeks turned as rosy as her nipples when it dawned on her how intimate they would be. He smiled. "You're going to like this." She held up her arms, inviting him back into her bed, into her embrace. "Who's supposed to be seducing whom here?" "I think we are seducing each other." She was right. They were. His cock slid across the silk of her pants as he came over her. She gasped as he settled between her thighs, letting his cock drop against her pussy. "Like that, did you?" She nodded. Watching her face, he did it again and again, moaning as the friction delivered the perfect pressure. The smoothness of the silk against his cock, softness of her breasts just inches from his mouth became too much, too damn fast. He wasn't going to last as long as he wanted. With a hard tug, he pulled off the rest of her clothes. She lay before him, exposed and shy, but very beautiful. Sliding up her body, he loved her slowly, rubbing his cock against her clit, driving them both crazy with the insubstantial contact. Her breasts swelled, and her nipples hardened, straining for the touch of his tongue. Shadow. He straddled her torso. She was so small compared to him. He touched the tip of his cock to the tip of her left breast, watching her eyes widen, looking for repulsion, finding nothing but interest. He rubbed the head of his cock over the tiny nipple, snuggling it into the crease.
Oh, yeah.
Lightning shivered up his spine. He did it to the other one, too, marking it as his in a primitive way that his soul needed.
Mine.
Faye didn't argue, just watched him with that quiet anticipation that was hotter than any touch. Taking his cock in his hand, he gave her breasts a little slap before resting the heavy shaft between them. The image of his cock lying between her breasts, looking impossibly thick against her delicate torso, the head just inches from her mouth, was almost enough to make him come. "What do you want?" she asked in a whisper. Always so giving.
Just this.
This was his cock resting between her breasts, thick and hard, dark against her white skin.
This is beautiful.
Plumping her breasts, he pressed them in around his cock. Her skin was damp from the washcloth, creating a bit of ease. He pumped slowly, the tension in his balls gathering. He wanted to thrust just a little farther until his cock prodded her mouth. He held himself back. This was their first time. Demands like that could wait. Faye had other ideas. Holding his gaze with hers, she lifted her head, stuck out her tongue, and lightly touched the tip of his cock. Another bolt of lightning shot through him, jerking him forward. She didn't pull back, just opened her mouth and took him until the head of his cock rested on the flat of her tongue. She wiggled it softly.
Son of a bitch. You don't know what you're doing.
I know what I so not want to miss, and that's you. He couldn't help himself then. Fisting his hand in her hair, he supported her head while he fed her his cock with slow pulses of his hips. And she took it, wrapping her lips tightly around his thick shaft, her mouth working in a blissful suction as he pumped in and out, giving her more and more as she gave him more and more. Shit. He was going to come. Yanking free, he angled his shaft down, coming hard, bathing those sweet nipples in hot cum, rubbing it into her skin afterward, whispering her name as he left his mark on her, imagining that it'd always be there, that she'd always be his. When he could gather a thought, he asked,
How the hell do you do that to me?
She smiled at him and licked her lips. I have no idea. He took the invitation, sliding his softening cock back into that moist heat, letting her soothe the rampaging desire with a swipe of her tongue and gentle suction as he supported her head, her desires. She didn't seem inclined to let him go.
You, Faye Ochoa, are one potent woman.
She smiled around his shaft. He kept it up for as long as he could stand, but then, very gently, he eased his cock from her mouth, moaning as she gave him one last kiss. I liked that.
God, so did he. There's a lot more you're going to like tonight, honey.
She smiled and stretched. I cannot wait. One hard kiss on her mouth, and then he was sliding down her body, returning his hands to her breasts, loving them gently, bringing her passion back up as he admired the view. Her pussy was as delicate as the rest of her, tempting. He could see the soft inner folds peeking out in a kiss of pink. He wanted his mouth on it.
Slow down,
he told himself.
Slow down.
Going back to the basin, he dipped the cloth in water and brought it back to her. His eyes were big, but not afraid. Thank God, not afraid. He started at her shoulder, letting the cool cloth warm up against her skin, wiping gently at her breasts, working his way down over her stomach to her hips.
Open for me.
She did, easing her legs apart. He slipped the cloth between, wiping gently at her labia, spending a little extra time at her clit, smiling when she gasped and spread her legs farther. Perfect. Lathering more soap on the cloth, he cleaned her gently, washing her pussy, her ass, the crease, trailing his fingers behind the cloth, gliding over the rosebud of her anus. She quivered. A tap and she shivered again. She was very sensitive there. His cock snapped back to the ready. He tossed the washcloth back into the basin. Water splashed. He didn't care. He was back at her side before she could lose the heat of his touch. He circled her breasts in gentle kisses, bringing her passion back up as his hand went down, finding her pussy swollen and wet.
So eager.
I can't help it.
No one wants you to help it. This is exactly what you're supposed to be feeling. Burning like I'm burning for you.
You are burning?
Yes.
Do you ache, too?
Yes. For the touch of your skin on mine. For the feel of your breasts in my mouth. For the taste of your pussy. Oh yeah, I ache.
Taste. He hadn't meant to say the latter, but he was glad he had, because the night wasn't going to pass without him loving her with his mouth. He kissed his way down her torso, sliding his hands beneath her hips, lifting her to his pleasure. He didn't kiss her pussy immediately. He admired it. The thick outer folds with their light dusting of hair opened to reveal the delicate, tender flower between. His Faye, so courageous and brave, so intensely feminine, so perfect for him. He had to have her. At the first pass of his tongue, she stiffened. At the second, she became merely tense. At the third, she relaxed, spreading her legs, arching into every lick, every nibble, moaning when he slipped a finger into her pussy, grabbing his hair when he took her clit between his lips and bit down ever so gently. When he did it again, she yanked, hard. Shadow?
What, honey?
Do not make me wait any more.
Aw, shit. I'm trying to slow down here.
Why? When I feel that if you touch me just once more, I will explode.
Why, indeed.
Sprinkling kisses up her torso, he said,
I want it to be good for you.
Hooking her right leg over his thigh, she rubbed her pussy against his cock, her nipples against his chest. Her breath caught. A flush covered her breasts. Her lips slipped between her teeth. It is already so good, so good.
Yes, it was. Don't come.
I must.
Not without him. Not this time. Pulling back, he let his cock slide down until it snuggled into the well of her vagina. This time, she'd come on his cock. Open your eyes. She did, clinging to his gaze as she opened that first little bit. For the first time ever, he felt the clench of her vagina around his cock. Faye.
Oh, the heavens!
She arched up, taking him deeper. With a hand on her hip, he held her still. Easy. Let it be easy. Twisting beneath him, she shook her head.
I need you, now!
Damn it, he needed her too. Settling his thumb on her clit, he rubbed in time with her thrusts, pressing harder as he went deeper. He felt the barrier of her virginity, felt it give. Watch the wonder take over as his cock sank deep.
Shadow!
He held still within her, feeling every ripple, every quiver as their bodies blended in a primal bonding. His. She was his. No one else's. His balls pulled up tight. A tingling began at the base of his spine. All right? He asked, his voice harsher than he intended.
Yes. Oh, yes.
What do you need? Nails digging into his shoulders, she sighed.
More. Just more.
He'd give her whatever she wanted, however she wanted it. And right now, she wanted him. With another whisper of her name, he braced himself above her, keeping his thumb on her clit, watching her face for the right pressure, the right rhythm. Needing her to come with him this time. Holding back when he felt her stiffen and those first sweet contractions ripple around his penis.
holding back as long as he could, but when her nails raked down his back and she thrust her hips up on a small scream, taking him all, he couldn't resist any more. With a hoarse cry, he yanked out and came on her stomach, cock jerking, breath rasping as he kept his promise. Pleasure with no complications. What every man wanted. So why did he feel so cheated? Chapter 11. Faye's uncles weren't at all what Shadow expected. He'd been expecting dignified men dressed in the coarse apparel he was accustomed to seeing on railroad workers. The 3 men who came to the boarding house door wore robes of heavy silk, gold rings, and a quiet arrogance that spoke of a habit of giving orders. They greeted Lynn with dignified excitement, hugging her with their eyes rather than their arms. There was one worry down. Lynn's family was glad to have her back. They were a bit more reserved with Faye, but not cold. When they got to him, Shadow held out his hand. Faye introduced them. Chung was the oldest, a reserved man with gray at his temples. Dao was the middle brother. Han, the youngest.
"Thank you for coming so promptly."
Instead of shaking his hand, the uncles folded theirs in front of them and bowed. He bowed too, looking at Lynn for an explanation. She just shrugged. Apparently shaking hands wasn't something the Chinese did with Indians. Chung took a step forward.
"We thank you for the return of our niece." "I didn't have much to do with it. By the time I got there, Faye and Lynn had just about rescued themselves. They have become bold in their ways since being in this country."
Shadow glanced over to see how Lynn and Faye were taking that pronouncement. Faye's fingers were clenched so tightly that the knuckles showed white. Lynn merely stood there, head down, seemingly unconcerned.
"Sometimes bold is necessary," Shadow replied.
That got him a lift of an eyebrow from Dao.
"It is with great disappointment that we learned of her fate at the hand of our brother," Han said. "It was a shame how his mind went there at the end," Shadow offered. "But it could have been much worse."
Chung said something to Lynn. She bowed immediately and headed for the stairs.
"What's going on?"
Shadow asked Faye. "They wish us to get our belongings."
"Can't help but notice you're not."
"It is just a quick trip up the stairs to get them." With a motion of his hand, Chung repeated the instruction to Faye with no more success than the first time.
"Do you have a problem with these gentlemen, Faye?"
After the briefest of hesitations, she shook her head. "No, just that it will be difficult to leave without my father."
"We were saddened to hear of his illness and subsequent death. Jian Tseng was much respected," Chung said.
Han made a motion with his hand and ordered in a voice no less commanding for its softness.
"Niece, please get your belongings."
With a low bow, Faye backed out of the room. When she disappeared up the stairs, it was Shadow's turn to say,
"Thank you." "For what do you thank us?"
Dao asked.
"For the bit about Faye's father. We remember our brother as a strong man with great wisdom," Chung sighed. "It is a shame that will not be her memory."
No, Faye's memory would be smoking timbers and guilt.
"I was sorry he passed on."
That much was true. Shadow was sorry because he'd like to kick the son of a bitch in the ass. How did someone who'd raised a woman with Faye's sense of honor and courage fall so low as to sell his own niece?
"With no body to bury, he will not rest with his ancestors," Han informed him.
Was that an attempt to give Shadow peace? Because he sure as shit liked the idea of the man not getting any rest in the hereafter. He had put Faye and Lynn through hell.
"The fire burned too hot. There was nothing left to salvage." "We understand."
Faye and Lynn came down the stairs, bags in hand, heads bowed. Ida came into the room carrying a tray loaded with a pitcher and glasses. "I've got lemonade for all who want it." Shadow took the heavy tray from her. She didn't give it up right away, looking at him, then pointedly at their guests and shaking her head. Was she worried how it would appear to Faye's uncles if she carried a tray? Did she think he cared? Ida was 60 years old, long past the time she should be taking things easy. She'd done him more favors than anyone else. In her own way, she was a force to be reckoned with, and if he wanted to take a heavy tray from her, he was taking a heavy tray from her.
Thank you, Ida.
Carrying the tray to the table in front of the horsehair sofas, he set it down.
Gentlemen.
With a wave of his hand, he indicated the sofa and beverages. Chung declined with an eloquent lift of the hand.
No, thank you. We have had a long journey and another yet to come.
Shadow sat.
Yeah, you do, but the stage doesn't leave until tomorrow. We have time to talk if you wish.
Another look passed between the uncles as they took seats on the opposite sofa. They said something in Chinese to Fay and Lin. With a bow, both women backed out of the room. Shadow picked up a glass and rested his arm along the back of the couch. A breeze blew through the windows, rustling the sheer curtains. There was only one reason men sent women out of the room.
You wanted to discuss something with me?
They glanced at Ida.
It is a private matter.
This is my house, she said firmly. If anyone is going to leave, it will be y'all.
I guess that means she's staying,
Shadow said. Reaching into the sleeve of his robe, Chung brought out a small leather pouch. It clinked when he set it on the table.
We wish to pay you for your trouble. Lin is very important to us.
No mention of Fay. Picking up the pouch, Shadow hefted it. From the feel of the coins and the weight of the sack, about $100. A hefty bounty. If he were still in the business. He pushed it back.
There's no need to pay me.
No one took the gold.
What will happen to Lin and Fay?
He asked.
Lin has been betrothed since birth. It is a fine family that waits to welcome her into it. She is all right with that?
Chung nodded.
It is tradition. There have been many meetings, many consultations. It is a good match. And he'll still hold to that agreement, even though she was kidnapped? She has said she was not harmed. There will be no loss of face if this is true.
In other words, they weren't going to tell her prospective in-laws about this incident. Shadow agreed with that. No sense borrowing trouble when there was nothing to be gained from it.
And Fay? We are happy to take Fay into our household, Dao said.
Interesting phrasing.
She will have a place in your home?
All three men nodded.
Fay went to great lengths to protect her cousin. Our family will honor that. It will diminish her shame of being married to me.
It was Han who answered.
The shame of being rejected by you.
The shot hit home.
I'm not rejecting her. Whatever your reasons, the result is the same, Han replied calmly. You have repudiated her. I'm saving her life.
It was Chung who ended the argument.
Whatever the reason, we agree with the decision. And we will deal with the consequences, Dao finished.
Shadow took a breath, steadying the rage within. This was Fay's family. They had her best interests at heart. It didn't matter if they thought him a bastard.
You'll take care of her?
Chung inclined his head in a semblance of a bow.
Yes. She will have a home, food, all that she needs.
Shadow didn't ask about husbands. He didn't want to know. This was a good, wealthy family. Lin's life would go on as if it had never been interrupted, and Fay would have a place in their home. Eventually a husband. Maybe children.
Good.
Well, that much good news calls for a drink. Ida poured 4 glasses and took one for herself. Shadow picked up his glass and waited for the men to do the same. They raised the glasses, took a sip before standing. Chung set his on the table. The other brothers followed suit.
We thank you for your hospitality, but we must go. There is much to prepare before our journey.
Shadow stood too, towering over them. He saw in their manners the culture to which Fay was born. In their clothes and status, the life to which she would return. He told himself it was good. Picking up the pouch of gold, he handed it back to Chung.
"Don't forget your gold."
That earned him a measured gaze and a bow deeper than the others.
"As you wish."
The men went to the foyer. Faye and Lynn were waiting, sitting in the chairs, feet tucked slightly to the side, palms folded, eyes lowered. When the uncles entered the room, they stood.
"It is time to go."
Lynn picked up her bag. Chung said something to her, and she smiled behind her hand. They turned and headed for the door. Faye didn't immediately follow. From across the room, her gaze met his. Shadow searched it for some sign of happiness, relief. There was nothing there. Just that serene calm. Han motioned to the bag and headed for the door. Faye picked it up and fell into step behind him. Shadow remembered when she'd done that with him, how it had irritated him. It still irritated him. She wasn't a goddamn slave. "You just going to let her leave without a word?" Ida asked him.
"We said our goodbyes already."
Which didn't explain why he was waiting for Faye to turn around, to look at him, to show him something. "In all the years I've known you, Michael, you've done some questionable things, but you've never been a fool." Shadow waited. Just before she went out the door, Faye looked back. There was something in that look, something important. But before he could decipher it, she walked out. The door shut quietly behind her. He wanted to pitch the lemonade across the room.
"What do you want from me, Ida?"
"I expect you to do what's right." Right was letting Faye go back to her family that would take care of her and protect her. A family that could offer her a home, stability. A family that wouldn't get her killed.
"This is the right thing."
Ida slapped her dust rag against the furniture.
"If you say so."
He was going to get drunk. Stinking, fall face down in a horse trough drunk. And then, if he was really lucky, he was going to get in a fight or two. Anything to let off the steam building up inside him. The town saloon was actually rather nice. The owner, Jimmy, had owned an establishment back east and had the bars shipped out west, piece by piece. The result was a well-polished counter that sat 10 on a good night, 8 on any other. Shadow took a seat farthest from the door. The customer to his left grunted and shot him a look when he sat down. Shadow summed him up. Sober enough and big enough to give a good fight if the occasion arose. Shadow tipped his hat back.
"Go on, say it, asshole. Give me an excuse."
The man turned away. Jimmy came over.
"Evening, Michael. You need some backbone in here, Jimmy. Getting tough to even fish up a decent fight. Then you should simply start a fight or just work on whatever's chewing on you with whoever is doing the chewing. I don't want any trouble, Jimmy. Just getting a drink."
"Then why are you complaining?"
"Maybe because I don't have a drink."
Jimmy sighed.
"What'll you have?" "Whiskey."
Reaching beneath the counter, Jimmy poured him a glass. Not the rot gut he served the others, but the high-end stuff. Shadow tipped him well for the consideration.
"Leave the bottle."
"Whatever you say." Yes, whatever he said. Everyone did whatever he said. Shadow pounded back the first 2 shots, grimacing as the liquor burned down to his stomach. He was doing the right thing by Faye. It just felt wrong because he was a selfish bastard son of a bitch.
"I ain't drinking in a bar with no stinking Indian."
Shadow smiled and raised his glass to the patron farther down the bar before taking a drink.
"Door's to your right. Be easy enough for you to go through it. So why don't you hit it?"
This man didn't have the build of the first, but he had 3 friends who could more than make up the difference. Jimmy came over on the pretext of wiping down the bar.
"Joking over, Michael. Don't go starting anything. We've got a new sheriff. He's not as understanding as the last." "I don't need understanding. Just a drink. Why don't you take your bottle on home? Finish it there." "Because I'm here, and I'm comfortable."
So was the bottle, comfortable in his hand.
They don't serve Indians in here."
He ignored the stranger's comment. The man was a fool, and there was always time to get to fools. But right now he wanted another drink. He could still feel, still think, and that wasn't acceptable. He could still see that last look Faye had shot him from beneath her lashes as she went out the door. Inscrutable, but he couldn't shake the feeling that it had been disappointment. Jimmy snapped out the bar towel and glared at the stranger.
"The day you tell me who I can serve is the day you can start paying my bills, Paul. Drink up, Michael."
Shadow tossed back another shot. Michael. Michael wasn't who he was. Michael was just a name. He was Shadow Ochoa. Hated, respected, admired, feared, but never fucking ignored. For the past year he'd been Michael, running and hiding. He'd been miserable. He'd done a lot of things the past year that he'd regretted, but none more than hiding who he was so he could be safe. He missed his brother. He missed the men of Hell's 8. He missed their housekeeper, Tia's lectures. He missed the fights, the jokes, the camaraderie. He missed his goddamn home. Not that he'd regretted killing Amboy. It would have taken years for the legal action to proceed. And for all those years, the man would have just kept sending assassins, and Shadow wasn't taking chances that one of them might have succeeded. Not with his brother's happiness on the line. Not with Kane's happiness on the line. They'd had so little happiness in their lives. It was worth defending. He poured another drink and set the bottle on the counter. A man in a black duster, brown hat, and a beard that obscured his features came up alongside and reached for the bottle and asked,
"Do you mind, stranger?"
Yes, he did.
"You touch that, and you're going to end up bringing back a stump."
The man laughed and kept reaching. Shadow smiled as the anger gathered in a cold, hard ball in his gut. He flexed his fingers, feeling the familiar energy running through him. This, he knew. This, he understood. The man's hand touched the bottle. Shadow grabbed his wrist, twisted it up behind the guy's back, and with a flex of muscle broke it. With a foot on his ass, Shadow shoved him across the bar. Swearing viciously, the man held his arm. His cronies came up beside him. Shadow smiled.
"It's always best to wait for an invitation,"
Jimmy said.
"Doc's still in his office, a couple doors down."
The men nodded and hustled their friend out the door. When Shadow turned back, it was to find Jimmy's hand on the bottle.
"Whatever's eating you, Michael, you need to take it home."
Shadow shook his head.
"I'm not taking a goddamn thing anywhere until I finish my drink."
Inside Shadow, the smile started. This was who he was. Not some white knight, not some stable family man, but this. Shadow Ochoa. Devil. Killer. The bastard nobody messed with. He sat back down on his stool. The stool was hard under his ass. The bottle was hard in his hand. The men around him were hard in their ways. This was his world. This is how he lived, and this was how he'd die. Maybe women coming into Kane's, Tracker's, Sam's, and Tucker's lives had allowed them to change midstream. But a woman couldn't change anything for him, and not just because of the price on his head. If he was half the man his brother was, he never would have let Faye go. He would have held her and been what she needed, and to hell with the price on his head. The bell sounded at the stage office down the street. The stage was coming in. When it left tomorrow, Faye would be on it, and he wouldn't see her again. He'd have the memories of her softness and the illusions that had come with it, and she'd have her life. It was a fair trade. Shadow poured another drink and tossed it back. He didn't even feel the burn this time. Always a good sign that he was well on his way to drunk. There was a tingling in his fingers. The barricade that kept the demon inside him weakened. 4 men in the corner, who'd been keeping to themselves since they walked in, glanced his way. The one with the long, dirty blonde hair gestured excitedly. The others leaned in. Their voices rose. He spun his shot glass on the counter, flipping it over. He might get that fight after all.
"Go home, Michael."
Michael. He'd picked the name because it sounded normal. Michael didn't get into trouble. Michael wasn't an outlaw. Michael paid his bills, laid low, didn't cause a ruckus. Michael had had a shot at redemption. Too bad Michael didn't exist. Chairs rattled as the four men got up. Jimmy reached under the bar for his shotgun. Shadow shook his head.
No need, Jimmy. Looks like they're gonna commit some violence on you.
He nodded.
Looks like the plan.
The drinks hadn't hit him yet, but they were starting to warm his stomach. To a man, the yahoos coming at him were a hard-eyed bunch with the lined faces that came from spending too much time outside. Bounty hunters? That would explain why Jimmy was trying to get him out of there. He turned as they got closer, resting his elbows back against the bar.
Can I help you, gentlemen? You might be able to.
He waited. They fanned out around him, blocking him in. Their ages ranged from early 20s to mid-30s. They wore common enough brown pants and blue shirts. Their hats were equally unspectacular, but their guns were impressive. Worn low, some in single holsters, others in double, Shadow had no doubt they knew how to use them. The one on the right reached for his gun. Shadow had his out and pointed at the other man's head before it cleared its holster.
I wouldn't do that. Put your gun away, Rufus. We just came to talk. Do you mind, mister?
Shadow shrugged.
Talk away. Not sure how much longer I'm going to be listening, but you've probably got a good 5 minutes before the whiskey hits and my attention starts to wander.
The kid on his right was still entertaining thoughts of pulling that gun.
Get your hand away from the hog leg, Sonny, or I'm going to put this bullet right between your eyes.
The kid moved his hand away from his gun.
What do you want to talk about?
Shadow asked the apparent leader.
Are you the guy that married up with that Chinese gal instead of dancing at the end of a rope?
They made it sound as if it were a sacrifice.
Yeah. Word is, she found gold a while back.
There was no point denying it. Faye said she had brought it to the assayer's office.
I didn't stay with her long, but she did show me a nugget.
The men perked up. The talker pushed his hat back, revealing a receding hairline.
We'd like to buy you a drink while we talk about it. I already bought my drink, and there isn't anything to talk about. We heard it was real.
That rumor he didn't need to build.
I saw it. And?
He spat.
If it was real, do you think I'd be sitting here in this bar drinking cheap whiskey, talking with the likes of you? No call to get nasty. I've yet to get nasty. Right now I'm working on pleasant.
They exchanged glances among themselves.
It was fool's gold,
Shadow said.
She had it assayed,
the leader countered.
Yeah, well, a little problem with that. What do you mean? The assayer is hot to get under her skirts. He told her what she wanted to hear and then went on to offer his services in helping her.
She pretty? The young one asked. Again, Shadow feigned disinterest.
She's pretty enough that he was willing to put some effort into it. She have any more gold around her house? Well, there's no house left. That burned to the ground. But no, she was right proud of that nugget. Paraded that little nugget around like a favorite son. It's all she had. Saw it shining in the sand. Decided she'd struck gold. She found it on a hill? Yep, just sitting out there in the middle of the desert, pretty as anything. Went and decided she'd struck it rich.
He shook his head.
Gotta tell you, boys, she wasn't that bright.
Some of the interest left their faces. Gold wasn't just sitting out in a sandy desert. Gold was in a rock or in streams where rock had been eroded. But gold wasn't often found sitting atop dry, sandy soil.
So it was a bust. Why the hell do you think I'm sitting here drinking this bottle? I thought my ship had come in all because some piss-ass assayer wanted a piece of tail. Shit. I could have been having a good time elsewhere.
He poured another glass of whiskey.
Gentlemen, to better days."
The leader, a man of nondescript appearance, a missing tooth and a scar on his cheek, put 2 bits on the counter.
"Sorry to hear that. Next drink's on me."
Shadow nodded.
"Thank you kindly. It'll go a long way to soothe the disappointment."
Jimmy was still standing at the bar with his hand on the gun. Shadow eased the hammer off his revolver and lowered it.
"It's been nice meeting you boys, but now if you'll excuse me, I have drinking to do."
Turning, the men stepped away, headed back to their table, and proceeded to talk among themselves. Jimmy shook his head.
"That was close, Michael. Not close enough. They're a mean bunch, those. They're always sniffing around here, looking for news that someone struck gold, and every time they leave, someone ends up dead and a claim vacated. Claim jumpers. Yes."
And they were interested in Faye's claim. Damn good thing she was leaving tomorrow, because even though he'd put some doubt in their heads, if they were true gold seekers, they wouldn't let it go. The door opened. More sunlight spilled into the saloon. A big man stood there. He had a gut that came from good living, but his eyes were still sharp and his hands stayed limber near his guns. Shadow spotted a badge on his vest pocket. Shit. The sheriff. Shadow sighed, poured a drink, and chugged it.
"Evening, Sheriff."
The sheriff walked over with a hard-eyed look that was meant to intimidate the men he was stalking. The sheriff moved his bottle to the side and leaned against the bar. What the hell was it with everyone touching his bottle?
"Did you break Benny's wrist?" "Was Benny the bigoted ass with a big mouth and no common sense?" "That'd be him." "Then yes, I did. We don't allow fighting in this town." "Since when?" "Since a month ago when I came in and took over." "So you're the new sheriff in town, coming to clean it up?" "Aye, that I am." "You might want to start by telling the bigoted asses of this town to keep their hands off a man's booze." "I might just do that. But in the meantime, you need to come with me." "Where to?" "Jail."
Shadow found it interesting that Jimmy's hand was still on the rifle. Maybe the new sheriff wasn't the straight arrow he pretended to be.
"Sorry, Sheriff. I don't like jail."
The hairs on the back of Shadow's neck rose just as he caught movement out of the corner of his eye. He turned, lashing out. Something crashed into the back of his head, and the world shimmered out of focus. Chapter 12.
"You've got a visitor, Injun."
Shadow moaned as the voice pierced the din created by the 100 hammers inside his head, beating on his brain. A visitor. He cracked an eyelid and raised his head. Bars were all he could see. Dropping back flat, he squinted at the water stain on the ceiling. He was in jail. As soon as the hammers let up, he'd have to see about busting out. Covering his eyes with his forearm, he muttered to whomever was trying to wake him.
"I don't want any visitors." "I don't think she particularly cares what you want."
She? Had there been a she last night? He had a vague recollection of deciding to get drunk and looking forward to a fight, but not much else. He looked at his knuckles. No scrapes. Apparently he'd accomplished only one of his goals.
"Who is it?" "Now that's not any of your business. She paid for 5 minutes and she'll be having it."
Paid? Lifting his arm, Shadow peered at the deputy.
"How the hell can it not be my business? It's my visitor. It's a lady. So here."
A bucket of cold water splashed over him, soaking his clothes and the bed. Shadow sat up, sputtering.
"Clean yourself up."
Shadow hadn't been in a jail yet where a deputy or sheriff didn't run it like their own personal little kingdom, handing out humiliation as if it was the only way they could get through the day. Apparently this was no different. He sluiced the water off his face with his hands, caught a whiff of his own stench, and shook his head. It was going to take more than a bucket of water to get him clean. The door opened. A small woman, dressed in beautifully patterned silk, her mouth accentuated with a touch of red, and her hair elaborately coiled on top of her head, came through the door. Lynn. With a bow, she told the deputy, "I thank you for allowing me this time, deputy." The man openly leered at her.
"The name's Ryan, and 5 minutes is what you paid for."
He held out his hand. Lynn placed 2 coins in it. Ryan kept his hand out. Ignoring it, Lynn glided into the room with Ryan on her heels, not stopping until she reached his cell. "Half before and half after. This was our agreement, yes?" she said.
"I've changed my mind. I'll need payment in full now."
Lynn slipped her hand through the bars. "Would you hold this for me?" $2 coins rested in her palm. Clever woman. Over her shoulder, Shadow smiled at the frowning deputy as he took the coins.
"I'd be happy to."
Belatedly understanding what was going on, Ryan stepped forward.
"Hey, you can't do that."
As serene as a summer day, Lynn replied, "The handling of finances is a man's duty."
"He's a prisoner."
Lynn inclined her head. "Behind the bars of your sturdy jail, so the money should be safe."
"Of course," Shadow goaded. "You could always take it up with the sheriff."
Ryan shoved his partial payment in his pocket and checked his pocket watch.
"I'll be coming for that in 5 minutes."
It was a threat that made more of an impression on Lynn than Shadow. Shadow tossed the coins in his hand.
"I'll be waiting."
Lynn stood by the cell, clearly expecting the deputy to leave. Shadow should have told her he wasn't going to leave voluntarily. The man had buck teeth, bad skin, and an odor that outdid Shadow's current condition. It was a safe bet that they didn't get much in the way of female company, and company as exotic as Lynn? Well, the man wasn't going anywhere, not without some encouragement. "I would like privacy, please."
"I can't leave you alone with him. He's a dangerous man."
"He is behind bars."
"This one's a tricky one."
"I have been alone with him before."
"You have?"
"He is married to my cousin." That was news to Ryan, and not good news if his expression was to be believed.
"You married up with a Chinese Injun?"
Shadow took off his moccasins and poured the water out.
"Who the hell I marry is none of your business." "What the hell are you going to do about it if I make it my business?"
Just what he needed. A pimply-faced kid making a challenge.
"Knock those ugly-looking teeth of yours down your throat. Watch your language. There's a lady present. I'll keep it in mind. You sure you want to be in here with him? A pretty thing like you could do better."
Like him? The implication was clear. Shadow had to give Lynn credit for not losing her breakfast over the thought of stepping out with that piss-poor excuse of a man. Rather than puke, Lynn nodded with complete composure. "I am sure. His wife has asked me to speak to him of matters of importance to their marriage."
"Importance, huh?"
Ryan smirked at Shadow.
"Sounds to me like you're not going to be married much longer, Injun."
Knocking the deputy's teeth down his throat was becoming more and more enticing.
"If my wife had any sense, this marriage would have been over long ago."
From his position, Ryan couldn't see the dirty look Lynn shot Shadow. It didn't go with the demure dip of her chin and her softly voiced entreaty. "Please, I have given you your money. These are private matters." Ryan hiked up his pants.
"I understand, but a woman like you needs protection."
Lynn was shaking her head before Ryan finished. "My father would not approve of me speaking before an audience." Shit, Shadow thought. If Ryan gave any thought to anything beyond the happy feeling in his pants, he'd realize Lynn's father wouldn't approve of her being here at all. Ryan tucked his thumbs in his waistband and rocked back on his heels in a clear emulation of the sheriff.
"That much privacy will cost you more."
The deputy's gaze traveled from the top of Lynn's head down to her toes and then back up again, lingering in the middle.
Of course, if you're short on cash, I'm sure we can work something out."
Lynn gasped. Shadow had had enough.
"Get your ass out of here, you little pissant, before I tell the sheriff how you're profiting off your prisoners."
Ryan spat.
"The sheriff doesn't give a shit what I do." "Maybe not, but I bet he cares about not getting his fair cut."
Ryan swore and stomped through the door, leaving it open. Shadow didn't imagine he went far. Lynn reached over and pulled it closed. Ryan immediately shoved it back open.
"Rules are, it has to stay open."
"Please, just for a few minutes. I will pay $1 more." Ryan held out his hand.
"Money up front."
Reaching into her glove, Lynn produced the coin. Rolling it between his fingers, the deputy left them alone. The meekness dropped from her demeanor as soon as the door closed. With a quick smooth of her skirt, she stepped toward the bars and studied the dried blood on Shadow's forehead. "Are you all right?"
"Just a slight disagreement as to whom the bottle belonged."
"Did you win or lose?"
"I don't remember." "You all right in there?"
The door opened and Ryan looked in. Apparently satisfied with the distance between Lynn and the bars, he nodded.
"Call me if you need me."
Lynn bowed. "I will."
"Sure you don't want to charge for that?"
Shadow sneered. Ryan just grinned and closed the door. Shadow gripped the bars and glared at Lynn. He felt like shit, and Lynn wasn't the woman he wanted to see.
"Don't you have a stage to catch?"
"It leaves in an hour."
"And your uncles let you out and about?"
"They do not know I'm here."
"They don't do a very good job keeping track of you."
"They trust in my obedience."
"Obviously a mistake. So why are you here?"
"We need to talk."
"Is everything all right?"
"I am fine." He couldn't help wondering why Faye hadn't come.
"Did Faye stop to dress up too?"
"Are you making fun of my dress?"
"No. You look pretty. Real pretty. I think the deputy is going to be dreaming about you for years to come."
She wrinkled her nose. "I would prefer not to be part of his dreams, but I did want to distract him." Holding the edge of her sleeve in her hand, she brought it across her nose. "Were you wrestling cows last night?"
"Something like that. What brings you here, Lynn?"
"Faye."
"So you said. But what exactly pertaining to Faye?"
"You threw her away."
"The hell I did."
"I want to know why."
"I don't know how much Faye told you about me, Lynn, but I'm not exactly the most upright of citizens."
She waved that away as if it wasn't relevant. "You could go somewhere else."
"I've got the whole U.S. Army on my ass, and quite frankly, I'm tired of running."
"And this is why you did not tell my uncles of your marriage?"
"I told them."
She looked surprised. "Oh." A pause. "You did this to protect her?"
"Yes."
She lowered her sleeve from her nose. "Do you know the life that waits for her, Mr. Ochoa?" He caught a glance to the door. Lynn's voice was pretty low, but it was possible the deputy had heard. The last thing he needed was for the sheriff to know who he was.
"My name's Michael."
She blinked and then nodded. "My apologies. I forgot. Mr. Michael, what do you think is the life my cousin will enjoy when she leaves here?"
"I think she's going to have pretty dresses like the one you're wearing. I think she's going to find a nice man of her culture, and I think she's going to forget all about the time we spent together except as a smile in her voice when she talks to her grandchildren about the adventure she had when she was a young woman."
Lynn shook her head. "You have no knowledge of our culture." She said that with a great deal of disgust.
"I know you take care of your own."
"Yes, but what is our own is very specific."
"What does that mean?"
"It means that purity of blood is highly valued. Faye is not Chinese. She is only half. I do not know how it is among your people, Michael, but among the Chinese, a woman of mixed ancestry has limited options."
"You mean she's not going to marry a prince?"
"She will not marry at all." There are many levels of belonging for women of our culture. As I am pure Chinese and of good family, I will marry a man of prominence. The marriage will be arranged for me. I will likely be first wife.
First wife?
I have heard it is not uncommon among many Indian cultures to have more than one wife.
I was raised white.
Oh, well, in Chinese culture, a man is allowed more than one wife and many concubines. All have a place in the household, but their status differs. I will be first wife. First wife is a position of great respect and, over the years, develops much power, as long as I produce a son. This will be my destiny, because I am of pure blood and good family.
Faye is of the same family.
But not of pure blood. He didn't like what he was hearing. My influence right now is small, but I can try to find Faye a position of concubine.
That sounds like a mistress.
It is similar. As I was saying, I can try to find her a position of concubine within my household so I can offer her protection. But my future mother-in-law may not like this. She could see the two of us in the same house as a threat to her power, so I can make no guarantees.
Just because Faye's mother was American?
Yes. Perhaps if Faye were properly submissive and strived more to please, it is possible that she could be second or third wife to a lower-ranked family, but it would not be a happy time for her. Always she would be taunted because of her blood, and her children, if she were allowed to have any.
What the hell do you mean, if she were allowed to have any?
First wife may decide that such children should not be born so as not to bring shame to the family.
Son of a bitch.
No culture is perfect, Mr. Michael. She paused. Then, Faye is not made for such a life. She enjoys her adventures and longs for more. She has always been this way, even as a child. I have decided to embrace my American ancestors. He could see why now.
Then why did she go with you?
You made it clear there was no place for her in your life. The same pride that will not allow her to be concubine will also not allow her to be a beggar for your attention.
Why the hell didn't she tell me this?
You repeat yourself.
Likely because I'm pissed.
He hadn't sent Faye to safety. He'd sent her to hell.
Where is Faye now?
Lynn looked at the door, and then back at him.
You might as well tell me all of it.
She ran away last night. I know not to where. She did not leave a note.
Because she didn't want to be found, or because she was stolen?
I saw her leave.
You saw her leave, and you didn't tell your uncles?
My uncles are burdened with anger because of my loss of face.
Nobody knows about your loss of face.
She smiled. And it will stay that way. But still, they know, and their knowing I am afraid may cost Faye. So she let her go.
It's a dangerous world out there for a woman alone.
Yes.
And that explains why you're here.
She nodded again. I know Faye argues and has strong opinions.
I rather like that in her.
This I know too. I came to ask you, Mr. Ochoa. He didn't bother to correct her this time. How much room there is in your heart for Faye?
A lot of people will tell you I don't have a heart.
And a lot of people will tell you that Chinese are dumb like mules. Saying something does not make it so.
No, it doesn't.
You evade my question.
Probably because I don't have an answer.
You do not care for her? He cared too damn much.
I kind of stopped myself at the knowledge that she wasn't for me.
You did not stop yourself from her bed. That was definitely censure.
I'm not a saint, Miss Yen, and Faye is a very tempting woman.
Yes, she is, and only a fool would let a woman like that leave his life.
I don't recall there being any let about it. She was just as clear about how I wasn't for her.
Because she was afraid.
Of what?
Of being under a man's thumb. I have no doubt if Fei were a full-blood Chinese, she would be the empress of our country. So great are her skills. But because she is not, she is held back. In our world, she cannot be what she wants to be. The only way she sees that she can be that woman is to have no one else in her life. It is a wrong thought, but it is the one that she holds.
And what do you expect me to do about it?
I expect you, Mr. Ochoa, to be the man you declared yourself to be.
And who is that?
Hers. For better or for worse, I think, are the words of the ceremony in your country. She looked at him, from head to toe, making him vividly aware of the state of his clothing, his lack of hygiene. And right now, I do not think it gets worse for either of you. With a bow, she turned and knocked at the door. And that fast, the competent woman who just politely read him the riot act was gone, and in her place was the demure proper lady.
That's a nice trick.
She glanced at him over her shoulder, and, for once, she didn't hide her smile. Yes, it is. Soon after Lynn left, Shadow heard the front door of the jail close, followed by heavy footsteps running down the wooden walk outside the jail. Shit. That couldn't be good. Getting off the bunk, Shadow tested the lock on the cell door. There wasn't a lot of give. Next, he went and tested the window. There was a bit of weakness in the concrete around the bars. Nothing a few months of digging couldn't work loose. But the way the deputy had bolted out of there, Shadow had a feeling he wasn't going to get a few months to work on it. 10 minutes later, there were more footsteps along the walk, and then the front door to the jail opened. From the sound of it, the deputy had gone and fetched the sheriff.
I told you it was him. I heard her say his name and I looked it up.
The statement only confirmed his fear. The door opened and the sheriff came in holding the flyer. Shadow had seen the flyer before. The picture wasn't that flattering.
You're Shadow Ochoa, aren't you, boy? I haven't been a boy in a long time. Then let me ask you this. How long has it been since you've been Shadow Ochoa? What's the date? June 27th. A year, 4 months, and 3 days.
The deputy started calculating on his hands.
That'd be about right, Sheriff.
The sheriff shook his head.
He's not disputing who he is, Ryan, or the date of his crime. Oh.
For a blessed minute, Ryan was quiet. And then...
Does this mean I get the reward, Sheriff? We split it 50-50, just like it says in your contract. How much is it?
Shadow asked. It had been a while since he'd checked.
2,000.
Shit. The army was pissed. It might have been a mistake to play those tricks on the colonel, but he discovered that living without Hell's 8 didn't leave him with much purpose. And since dead was dead, he'd figured it didn't matter how much angrier the people charged with sentencing him got. But now he'd met Faye, and she was out there somewhere alone, and he couldn't afford to be in jail.
You and the deputy are going to be rich men. And you're going to be dead,
Ryan gloated. The sheriff tapped the flyer against his palm.
You should have had more sense than to pick a fight when you're wanted by the law, Ochoa.
He should have had more sense about a lot of things.
If sense was my strong suit, Sheriff, I wouldn't have killed a man in front of half the U.S. Army.
The sheriff grunted.
You've got a point. I've sent a wire to the nearest army post. Colonel Daniels will be here in 2 days.
2 days wasn't much time.
Do me a favor? What makes you think I owe you a favor? You don't owe me, but you might want to do this one anyway. What? Send a telegram to my brother, Tracker Ochoa. Let him know where I am and what's going on. What? And bring Hell's 8 down on my ass? I don't think so. My brother's a law-abiding man. So are the rest of Hell's 8. Texas Rangers through and through. You don't have much to worry about, but It'd mean a lot to Tracker to get a chance to say goodbye." "And why should I care whether your brother gets what he wants?" Shadow leaned against the bars. "It's always good to have Hell's 8 in your debt." "You're being awfully calm." "Sheriff, there comes a time in a man's life where he just gets tired." "You're damn young to be tired." "It's been a damn life. I'm ready to have my trial, to stop running." "They'll string you up." "Maybe. And maybe Kane Allen can pull some strings and I'll go to jail." "That would take a hell of a lot of strings." Hell's 8 are owed favors by a lot of people. It's not often it works the other way. The sheriff drummed his fingers on his thigh. "I don't think we should listen to him," Ryan interrupted. "Hell's 8 have got a reputation for taking care of their own. You don't get much more their own than a brother." "They've also got a hell of a reputation for upholding the law." The sheriff pushed his hat back. "Where do you want me to send the telegram?" Shadow gave him the address, then stuck his hand through the bar. "Thank you, Sheriff. I'm in your debt." The sheriff took it. "A hell of a lot of good that's going to do me. You're going to be dancing at the end of a rope by the end of the month." "Maybe." "Of course, you could just get away with rotting in a jail cell." But it was also possible he'd escape. Stranger things had happened. Chapter 13. He'd run out of time. Shadow looked out the window of his cell at the gallows, specially constructed for his hanging. He had to say, the town hadn't spared any expense. The wood was solid, the rope thick, the height sufficient, and the angles true. Leaflets had been passed around heralding the event. There was going to be a box social and dance afterward. Someone was trying to rustle up fireworks. His hanging was going to be the event of the season for Barren Ridge. Shopkeepers' only complaint was the lack of time to order souvenirs. The speed of the trial was going to cost them money. Shadow wasn't sure what strings Colonel Daniels had pulled to get his trial run the way he had, but somehow the bastard had made it happen. Last Tuesday afternoon, right on schedule, the colonel had shown up at the jail. He'd walked through the door in full uniform, not a speck of dirt on him. He'd stood in front of Shadow's cell and grinned. Just long enough for Shadow to get close enough to reach him through the bars. Nothing more. Just gave him that one-sided grin that made him look like a ghoul, touched his hat with 2 fingers, and left. 3 days later, he'd been officiating at the trial that had convicted Shadow. Tomorrow he'd be standing on the gallows, giving the call that would have Shadow hanged by the neck until dead. And the sanctimonious bastard would likely still be grinning. Shadow gripped the steel bars of the window. He should have gutted that crooked bastard right alongside Archie. He ran his fingers through his hair, grimacing at the feel. One of the deputy's petty tyrannies had been to deny him a bath. As a method of irritation, it was working. Shadow was pissed. And impatient. The jail was deserted, as it always was this time of day. Shadow looked through the barred window, down the street. Nothing stirred in the shadows, and the only movement in the alley was the meanderings of an old tomcat. No sign of any of Hell's 8. Not surprising. It would take a week of hard riding to get there from Hell's 8 land. If the sheriff had sent his telegram as promised, on the day he'd promised, and if anyone had been at the ranch to receive it, and if the riders didn't run into any difficulty along the way, Shadow could reasonably expect help to arrive about a day after they put his body in the ground. The rough metal of the bars cut into his fingers. Son of a bitch. The colonel was clever. Just how clever they hadn't realized when they'd been searching for the man who'd been hiring assassins to kill Desi and Ari, Kane's and Tracker's wives. They'd known Archie had accomplices. There was no way Archie could have known what he needed to do without some help, and they'd been sure some of those accomplices had to be high up. But they hadn't suspected Colonel Daniels. He'd been that good at hiding his involvement. It was only after Shadow had killed Archie and been labeled an outlaw that his suspicions had been aroused. There'd been too many similarities between the attempts on Shadow's life and the attempts on Desi.
Colonel Daniels had been one of Archie's accomplices, which explained why Desi and Ari's wagon train, a train carrying a wealthy and influential family, had been so ill-protected when crossing Indian territory, and why it had taken the army 3 weeks after the attack to even begin searching for the 2 abducted girls. Oh, the blame could be shifted through the layer of lower ranks to look like just one of those things, but it would be easy for Daniels to orchestrate the necessary scenarios. A miscommunication here, a delayed order there. Shadow let go of the bars and wiped the rust from his hands. The colonel was clever, no doubt about it, but while Shadow was certain that his unorthodox trial would somehow be explained to the higher-ups, the colonel had to be getting nervous. Hell's 8 might be Texas Rangers, but Daniels knew them well enough, or rather he knew Kane well enough, to know there wasn't a prayer in hell that Kane was just going to sit back and let one of Hell's 8 get strung up by a crooked son of a bitch posing as an upstanding member of the military. Rigging the trial would guarantee Shadow's death, but it would also guarantee his own. There was no way Hell's 8 would let that slide. Even if the other members were inclined to overlook the colonel's actions, Tracker wouldn't. Shadow might not be around to exact revenge, but Tracker would hunt Daniels down no matter how long it took, and when he found him, no rank, no amount of political influence would save him. Tracker would find him, and Tracker would kill him, slowly and painfully. Shadow smiled. This time the colonel's arrogance was going to be his downfall. The deputy came around the side of the building carrying a bulky sack in both arms. Shadow watched as Ryan struggled to haul the heavy load up the stairs to the gallows. He paused at the top, leaning back before dropping the sack. It hit with a loud thud. The tie came undone. Rocks spilled onto the freshly built wood. Ryan swore and quickly looked around to see if anyone had noticed. Shadow shook his head. The deputy would do better finding employment in a mercantile. He wasn't suited to the law. He quickly gathered up the rocks, stuffed them back in the sack, and then tied the sack to the end of the rope dangling from the overhead arm. Standing by the lever, he looked toward Shadow's cell window and called, "You there, Injun?" Shadow didn't answer. "You aren't going to want to miss this." Ryan pulled the lever. Slick as shit, the door opened and the rope snapped taut. Shadow winced as the sack swung on the end of the rope. No doubt he'd swing just as lively tomorrow. He took a breath, recalling vividly how it felt to have a rope slipped around his neck and the air choked from his lungs. He'd prepared himself to die at the end of a knife or at the point of a gun, but hanging had never been in his plans, and tomorrow he was going to do it a second time in 1 month. More proof God had a sick sense of humor. "See that, Injun?" Ryan crowed. "Tomorrow, that's gonna be you dancing and kicking at the end of this rope." The hell it was. God might have a sick sense of humor, but the devil was in the details, and Shadow had a few details still left to see to, like finding Faye. "I see. The great Shadow Ochoa," Ryan spat. The glob landed just behind where the hangman would stand, where the colonel would likely stand. "Baddest man to ever come out of Texas. Just goes to prove talk is cheap when it comes to a man's reputation. You're nothing more than a drunk who doesn't have enough common sense to stay out of trouble." A couple of passers-by slowed at the exchange. Shadow waved. They hurried on, no doubt to embellish the exchange until it elevated to the level of him being a violent lunatic. The local newspaper did need its headlines. "Hell, you didn't even put up a fight." "Doesn't look like it." The pissant was enjoying gloating a bit too much. Shadow leaned against the bars and glanced up at the street. Still no sign of life. "You planning on having a reputation after this, boy?" "Sure do." He hauled the bag of rocks back up through the opening to the floor of the platform. "I'm the one who caught the infamous Shadow Ochoa." Shadow shook his head. No doubt Ryan had already put that story out there, and no doubt how the capture had come about had nothing to do with the truth. "So you're the one they're going to come gunning for, then?" Ryan froze in the process of untying the rope. "Who?" The little pipsqueak deserved that spook.
All the men who were once gunning for me are now going to be gunning for you. They don't have anything against me. Most of them don't have anything against me either, son. They just want my reputation. And once I'm gone, they're going to want yours."
Even from this distance, Shadow could see Ryan grow pale.
"Didn't think about that, did you, dumbass? Shut up! Rather than playing with those rocks, you'd better get to practicing your quick draw."
Ryan drew his gun and pointed it at Shadow.
"Shut up! Scared? Get away from the window and shut up!"
It came out a screech. Shadow chuckled and stepped back.
"Fool. Still scaring little children, Shadow?"
The deep baritone came from behind him. There was only one man with a voice so similar to his. Only one man who could get into the jail in broad daylight without the doors scraping or the hinges squeaking or someone calling a warning.
"Tracker."
Shadow turned around. His brother looked tired, more weary than a week's ride warranted.
"Good to see you. Thought you were going to miss the big event."
Instead of pushing his hat back, Tracker settled it farther down on his head, the way he did when he was pissed. No anger sounded in his tone, though.
"I missed your first hanging. Ari would never let me live it down if I missed the second."
Tracker's wife had been through hell and back. Last time Shadow had seen her, she'd been healing, but still fragile.
"How is she?" "Doing a lot better."
Tracker walked over to the window that was perpendicular to the cell and looked out at the street.
"She's going to make you an uncle in a few months."
An uncle? Shadow shook his head and smiled. Damn.
"Well, now I know what took you so long to get here. It would have helped if you had the good sense to get caught closer to home. I wasn't planning on getting caught at all." "How did you get caught?" "A slight misunderstanding. The same kind of misunderstanding that had your neck stretched just a couple of weeks ago?"
Tracker asked, looking pointedly at the fading bruising.
"How'd you hear about that?" "I did some checking after I got the telegram you sent in regard to your wife." "Ah, so that's what got your attention." "Yes. Considering I didn't even know you were near the state, hearing you got married was quite a surprise."
He hid the truth in sarcasm.
"I got homesick." "Then you should have gotten your ass home,"
Tracker retorted.
"You know I couldn't do that." "No, I don't." "Then you should have."
Tracker looked around the cell. Shadow knew what he saw. One threadbare blanket, a wooden bench, and the remains of last night's dinner rotting on a plate on the floor. Ryan was enjoying his role as king of the jail. Coming back to the cell, Tracker asked,
"So where is your wife?" "Gone." "Her doing or yours?" "She's not the kind to cut and run."
Tracker nodded, sending his long black hair sliding over his shoulders.
"So, your decision." "Hey, Injun! You're going to miss the next test," Ryan called. "Are you just planning on standing here and chatting all day until the sheriff and deputy come back in?" Shadow asked. "No, I thought we'd bust you out of here in a spell. You couldn't have done that before the trial?"
The front door opened. Kane slipped in. Right behind him came Sam, followed by Zacharias. Zacharias didn't come into the cell area. Instead, he nodded to Shadow and took up a defensive position by the outer door. Of all the Hell's 8 men, not counting his brother, Shadow felt the strongest kinship with Zach. They both had the same darkness inside, the same cold practicality when it came to getting the job done, the same drive to right all wrongs, the same drive to protect.
"No, the trial was necessary,"
Sam offered from where he was searching the sheriff's desk.
"How so?" "Can't get you a pardon if you're not convicted," Kane pointed out. "You got the governor to give me a pardon?" "Working on it. It's an election year. He's worried about how being associated with Hell's 8 will look to the voters. He wasn't too worried about how it was going to look when we got him out of that bind with that prostitute who was blackmailing him in regard to the boy he'd been dallying with." "Yeah, well, politicians have convenient memories. Unfortunately," Kane explained, opening the chest by the door and taking out Shadow's gun belt and knives. The governor and his wife have an understanding. She doesn't comment on his sins, and he doesn't comment on hers. So she'll cover for him, Shadow asked. With as many alibis and excuses as he needs to walk away smelling like a rose. Mighty nice gallows they built you out there, Sam interrupted, looking out the window. Don't think they're taking any chances with the rope breaking. Yep, Kane concurred. That's definitely a rope to do Hell's 8 proud. Shadow couldn't help the smile. Damn, it felt good to spar with his brothers. Go to hell, all of you. And they were his brothers. It might have taken a year of being cut off from them for him to understand it, but he got it now. Sam, with his blonde hair, easy smile, and intense way of looking at things, and Kane, with his green eyes, brown hair, and deadly calm, might not look anything like him, but they were as much his brothers as Tracker was. He'd never accepted that, always thinking that it was blood that made family. But there was a connection there. He'd die for any of these men, and they'd die for him. Looks to me like you've already been there and brought some of it back with you. Kane shook his head as he got closer. Don't they give you a bath in here? The deputy is right considerate. Once a day I get doused with a bucket of cold water. Is the deputy that pissant out there, thinking he's got a sense of humor? Tracker asked, looking through the window. Yup, I think it makes his morning. Uh-huh. Shadow knew what that uh-huh meant. Tracker was taking notes. That didn't bode well for the deputy. Notice you got the sheriff to send a telegram, Sam said. You sound surprised. I just never suspected you had sweet talk in you. I've hung around you long enough to pick up a few tips. Maybe his new wife taught him something before he kicked her out, Zacharias called. I didn't kick her out. Hell, Tracker, you're right, Sam mocked. He probably doesn't even realize he does it. What's that? Kick people out of your life under the pretense that you're protecting them. The hell I do. Didn't take you long to get rid of us after you killed Archie, Tracker stated quietly. There was something in his brother's tone that snapped Shadow's head around. He studied his scarred face. Hell, since when did Tracker get hurt? I just murdered a man in front of the army. We could have handled the army, Kane said. The hell you could. Not after you ran. You wanted me to stick around for the hanging? We had a plan, Kane snapped. You didn't even give us a chance to enact it. I have trouble watching the people I love die. But you expect us to watch you die, Tracker cut in. I don't. You do. You have trouble being beholden, Zach said from the other room. Shadow bit the inside of his lip. This he hadn't missed. So what have you been doing the last year, Shadow? Kane asked. This and that. Sam grinned, gathering up some papers from a drawer. We heard some of your this and thatting. Did you really get caught in bed with the mayor's wife up there in Cheyenne? I wasn't technically in her bed. Folding the papers, Sam tucked them into his shirt. It's not like you to be unaware of your surroundings. You haven't seen the mayor's wife. Beautiful women were never your downfall. Doesn't mean they couldn't be. What I'm more interested in is how you got your own horses stolen from you, Kane interjected. I had a bit too much to drink. So you decided to steal them back? I had a bit more. And you got caught? Kane asked with the relentless way he had of getting to the truth. That was the end of the bottle. Hell, Shadow, what's happened to you? Sam asked. I killed a man. You've killed plenty of men. Unfortunately, I killed the one who had the ability to take it all away. Tracker stilled. All what away? It was harder than he had expected to admit it. My purpose. You always had purpose, Shadow. No, he hadn't. He'd had a code he had lived by, pain he had reacted to, and anger he had fed. But none of that was purpose. Time to go, Zacharias interrupted. Ida's here. Shadow went to the window and looked out. Sure enough, Ida was coming around the corner. She pushed a cart laden with covered plates. What has Ida got to do with this? Ida is going to keep folks busy for us while we slip you out. You involved Ida? No, Ida involved herself. As soon as she saw Tracker, she demanded explanations and then demanded to be allowed to help, Sam corrected. She likes you, and believe it or not, she considers it her right to help you. I don't want her involved.
Sam snorted and took the keys off the wall and tossed them to Tracker.
Get his sorry ass out of there before he does something else stupid.
Shadow covered the lock with his hand. Tracker looked up, his expression impassive.
There's no going back if you do this.
The muscles in Tracker's jaw clenched, and the scar on his cheek turned whiter. Tracker shoved his hand aside.
There's no going forward if I don't.
Tracker had a beautiful wife and a child on the way, a future. If it were ever discovered he'd broken his brother out of jail, it would all disappear.
You've got a family.
A muscle in Tracker's jaw twitched.
And you're a part of it. Not like this.
The key turned carefully in the lock, making minimal noise.
Any goddamn way it comes, you're my brother.
What the hell was he supposed to say to that? The door opened with a soft creak. Shadow didn't step through it.
What about the deputy?
Shadow said.
Let him play with the gallows while he can,
Tracker said.
He's gonna have a rough day tomorrow when he has to explain why the guest of honor's gone missing. How is he going to explain that? I don't give a shit,
Tracker answered.
You should.
Shadow didn't want Tracker hurt because of him. Shadow stayed put. Tracker glared at him, that stubborn set to his shoulders. Shadow wanted to hit him. Tracker had achieved the one thing they'd given up hoping for. A loving wife, a home, a place where he belonged, security. And now he was throwing it away.
I'm not worth it, brother.
Tracker grabbed him by the arm and yanked him out, shoving him toward the door.
Shut the fuck up.
Shadow spun around.
What the hell is your problem?
Tracker matched him, glare for glare.
You.
Kane stepped between them, slamming his hands into their chests, separating them.
Now is not the time for this.
He was right. Shadow re-entered the cell and grabbed his hat and jammed it onto his head.
Anybody see you come in?
Shadow asked.
Nobody that'll tell,
Kane said. That didn't mean anything.
They're gonna suspect.
Kane handed him his revolvers.
Can't convict a man on suspicion. Have you met the sheriff here? I'm not so sure. He'll be paid off.
Hells, they'd always paid their debts. Shadow fastened his belt, feeling more himself as he tucked the end through the buckle.
What's the first thing you're going to do when you get out of here?
He could tell Tracker was worried it was going to be, get a drink. Taking his sheathed knives from Kane, he answered,
I'm going to get a bath. And then what are you going to do?
Faye's image came to his mind so vividly that he wanted to reach out and tuck her hair behind her ear, wrap his arms around her shoulders, kiss the worry from her eyes. From beyond the door, he could hear Ida yelling. The distraction had begun. He slid the last knife into the top of his moccasin.
And then, I'm going courting.
Shadow had to wait 2 days for the bath, and it looked as if it was going to be even longer before he could start courting. Colonel Daniels was not taking his escape well. After 2 days of riding in circles, eluding the posse that wouldn't quit, they'd finally camped for the night in a hollow about a day's ride south of Faye's Claim and a day's ride east of Barren Ridge. Rolling up his bedroll, Shadow looked to the east. Dawn was finally coming. The men were sitting around the fire in various stages of readiness. Sam was leaning back against a rock, hat pulled down over his eyes, eking out a few more minutes of sleep. Zacharias was sharpening his knife on a whetstone. Tracker and Tucker were repacking their saddlebags. Kane was sipping coffee. And Shadow was coming out of his skin. Somewhere out there was Faye, alone and vulnerable, no doubt trying to attempt the impossible.
Son of a bitch. You say something, Shadow?
Kane asked. Shadow yanked the rawhide tight around the blankets.
Just thinking out loud.
Kane nodded.
Had a few of those moments myself.
He took a sip of his coffee, grimacing before spitting out some grinds.
"So this woman we're about to hunt down, what does she look like?" "Last time I saw her, she was about this high."
Shadow put his hand to just below his breastbone.
"Slender, almond-shaped green eyes with flecks of amber. Small nose, lush mouth, long, thick black hair." "Hell,"
Tracker interrupted, glancing over at Kane.
"He's a goner."
Shadow stood and kicked dirt over the fire.
"What? I can't notice a woman?" "Oh, you might notice a woman, but string that many words together about her?"
Sam shook his head.
"That's a dead giveaway." "I just had to hear him use the word lush," Kane said. "Not sure I'm going to survive that shock."
Zacharias's knife scraped across the stone loudly in an abrasive interruption.
"Does your Faye have any special skills she might be using for a job?" "She's an expert with dynamite."
Zacharias glanced up at him from under his hat brim, his expression inscrutable.
"And she didn't blow your sorry ass up?" "She happens to like my sorry ass."
Tucker tipped his hat back.
"Liking your ass aside, it's doubtful she could use a skill with explosives to get a job." "She has before."
When everyone looked at him, Shadow explained.
"She pretended to be her father when he took ill."
Kane quirked an eyebrow.
"She posed as her father?"
Shadow shrugged.
"No one gets too close to the explosives. Put on a big hat and the right clothes, and as long as the job gets done, who's going to question it?"
Kane picked up his rifle and brushed some dust off the sight with his thumb.
"True, but that still takes guts. Faye's long on guts. So, a brave woman who might have changed her appearance?"
Zach surmised.
"She might not be easy to find."
Shadow ran his hand around the back of his neck.
"Probably not. And why would she want to change her appearance?" Kane asked.
Shadow dropped his hand to his side.
"She has a habit of pissing people off."
Sam tipped his hat up.
"Like who?" "Colbert thinks she stole from him."
The shadow from the flames danced across Tracker's face, alternately hiding and defining the deep scar in his cheek, taking him from handsome to vicious in a subtle fluctuation of light, as he asked quietly,
"Did she? Literally or technically?"
Kane braced his rifle against a fallen log and withdrew his revolver from the holster.
"Let's start with technically. Her father sold her cousin to him. Faye took her back. A woman who understands family," Sam observed. "You could take lessons from her."
Shadow had about had it with Sam's digs.
"Do you have a problem with me, Sam?"
Beneath the brim of his hat, Sam smiled that itching-for-a-fight smile he was famous for.
"Nothing that can't wait."
Shit. He didn't have time for this.
"Where do you think she'll go?"
Kane asked, cutting off anything else Sam had to say.
"To her claim." "Claim?"
Zach asked.
"She found gold, which is why she married up with me in the first place. She was desperate."
Sam laughed.
"Shit. She really did marry you in the middle of a necktie party? I thought that was just shine on the back of a tall tale."
Shadow wished.
"You and me both."
Tracker asked the question Shadow could read in everyone's eyes.
"Why?" "She needed the gold to buy her cousin back, but she couldn't get the gold out of the claim without protection."
Both Kane's eyebrows went up.
"And she thought the hangman's noose was a great character reference?"
Shadow couldn't explain that himself.
"Somewhere between the rope going around my neck and the hanging, she decided I was the dragon she'd been waiting for."
The steady rhythm of Zacharias's sharpening faltered.
"She thinks you are a lizard? For your information, in Faye's culture, a dragon is a noble beast, a warrior, defender of the weak. She thinks you're her hero,"
Tracker said quietly.
"Yes."
Tucker slapped a mosquito on his neck.
"Have you seen the gold?" "Yeah. Hard to move gold around without somebody knowing," Zacharias observed.
Shadow nodded.
"There are some claim jumpers circling around her already." "Do you think she got the gold out yet?" Kane asked. "I don't think she's had enough time. But if she did, where would she be headed? San Francisco. Didn't she run away to avoid going there?
Shadow had told them all he knew about Faye, including how they'd parted.
Yes. Then why change her mind? Sam asked. To free her cousin.
Kane slid the revolver back in the holster.
Does her cousin want to be freed? I believe Faye's going to offer her something she's never had. And what's that? A choice.
Kane got to his feet and dumped out the rest of his coffee.
Well then, I guess it's time we find Faye and her pot of gold.
Chapter 14. A fresh start wasn't as easy as Faye had hoped it would be. Walking down the street of Simple, a town 2 stops along the railroad route west of Barren Ridge, checking windows for help-wanted signs, Faye began to consider the possibility that she'd made a mistake leaving when she had. She'd been worried about being lost in San Francisco, of being swallowed up by the crowds as she started over, of being in a place where her skills had no value. But in small towns, a woman alone stuck out, she was discovering. Employment was also scarce, and her skills had no value. Was this what you wanted to protect me from, Father? It was galling that her skills had no value, not because there wasn't a need for explosive experts. There was a big need, but because no one believed a woman could actually do the job, she couldn't get a chance. She paused at the edge of the walk, waiting for a buckboard to pass. Humiliation burned over her anew, as she recalled the way the railroad crew chief had laughed in her face, refusing to even allow her to demonstrate her skills. She'd wanted to light a stick of dynamite and stick it down his pants. Instead, she'd had to stand there and listen to him offer her another job, that of camp girl. She stepped down off the walk into the street. In fact, the only employment around seemed to be that of camp girl, but she wasn't desperate enough to take that position. Yet. It was on the way back from that interview that Jewel had been stolen. Faye had only left her for a moment, just long enough to pick some berries to ease her hunger. She'd heard a startled whinny. By the time she'd gotten free of the brambles, a man was galloping away with her horse. Without her horse, she couldn't get to her claim. Not only would it be a 2-day walk, but once she collected the gold, it would be too heavy to carry out by hand. As she stepped back up on the walk on the other side, she discreetly checked the small cloth purse tied to her hip, hidden by her long tunic. When she left Barren Ridge 4 days ago, she'd had to wrap the coins to keep them from jingling. Now, with only 3 coins left to pay for lodging and supper, she could walk down the streets with no fear of detection. Money did not go as far as she thought. Just one more eye-opening realization she discovered on her road to independence. Stopping, she took a breath, trying to soothe the panic. There was only enough money to pay for tonight's lodging, but not tonight's supper. She had no prospects, no hope. She fingered the coins as she passed the telegraph office. No options. The rhythmic tap-tap-tap of the telegraph machine followed her down the walk, lured her back. Looking through the window into the dim interior, she watched as the man tapped out the code that sent messages across the distances, connecting families in wondrous ways. Such a marvelous machine. It could be the answer to her problems if she were willing to accept the life someone else deemed right for her. It would be so easy to send a message to her uncles, so easy to sit on this bench and wait for them to come. And they would come for her. It would be a loss of face not to. They likely would lecture her, too, mostly because it would be a loss of face not to. It wasn't that they were bad men. Her uncles loved her in their way and wanted the best they could give her. They just didn't understand why she wasn't happy with what was, in their mind, proper. They'd found her a very respectable match. Second wife to a firstborn son of a good family that owned several small grocery stores in San Francisco. His business was set to expand. The uncle said he was of good temperament, very fond of his first wife, who was of delicate health. It was because of his love for his wife that he was looking for a second. He wanted to ease her burdens. It was, actually, an excellent match. Sighing to herself, Faye sat down on the iron bench set up in front of the office. So why couldn't she jump at it? It sounded as if her prospective husband was a kind man, one who would likely make minimal demands on her. Marrying him would provide her with a secure life. Not a perfect life, but a good one. Why couldn't she see it as anything but prison? Shadow's face popped into her mind. Handsome, strong, and resolute. He'd sent her away without a word of apology, his jaw set in that way that said there would be no arguing. And she'd gone without a fight, partly because that's what she'd been raised to do, to follow a man's orders, and partly because she hadn't known how to fight such a wall of resolve. And she regretted it. She should have fought. She'd wanted to fight. But she hadn't, and now she was left with frustration and regret, whereas he— She sighed and forced herself to accept the truth. Shadow was probably hundreds of miles away from here by now, in another town, with another woman, moving forward with his life, enjoying a future that didn't include her, moving on in ways she couldn't. Grabbing tightly to the handle of the bench, Faye clamped down on the pain and forced herself to admit the truth. She hadn't asked, and he hadn't promised. Their marriage had ended the way it had begun, spontaneously, without a lot of discussion. She would have begged if she thought Shadow would have listened. She would have argued his belief that sending her to a life she abhorred would be better than whatever time she had with him. Would have, could have. They plagued her. Why hadn't she at least tried? Shadow had told her going away was for her own good. He told her she would be happier elsewhere. He'd told her, and she'd listened, as if he knew it all. And yet he hadn't even asked her what was waiting for her in San Francisco, how she felt about it. He'd been so arrogant, believing that his right to take care of her was greater than her right to take care of him. And she'd allowed it. She should have at least told him what a crock of bull it was. There was a lot she could have done, including telling him that if he wanted another woman, she'd get her father's cooking knife and castrate him. Fumbling in her pocket, she searched for her handkerchief before the tears could fall. She'd done a number of stupid things, but bawling in the middle of the street did not have to be one of them. How could he even think of being with another? She couldn't. Not as wife, not as concubine, not even as convenience. In her heart, she was Shadow Ochoa's wife. In her heart, he was her husband. She just didn't know what to do with that. Stay, go, accept, fight. A tear escaped her control. Her handkerchief escaped her detection. Would nothing go right this day?
Looks like you could use this.
A crisply folded white handkerchief was pressed into her hand. She took it as a second tear joined the first. The handkerchief smelled of bluing and wool. "Thank you."
You're welcome.
She looked up. The man was not overly tall, nor overly broad. The most prepossessing thing about him was his dark blue uniform. It was well dyed, beautifully cut, and sported an assortment of braid and metals. She motioned with his handkerchief. "I will have it laundered and returned." The man smiled, a one-sided stretch of his lips.
Keep it for as long as you need.
Despite the friendliness of the words, the smile made her uncomfortable.
May I be of assistance?
No. She shook her head, sniffing back another tear. I will find the answer.
Are you sure? I'm not without some influence.
Faye looked at his uniform again. Likely he did. A belated sense of caution kicked in. You are a military man?
Around these parts, I am the military man.
Shadow's enemy. Did he know who she was? Lowering her gaze, she stood and bowed. I am honored to be assisted by such an important man.
I assure you, ma'am, the honor is all mine. Now, if I cannot help you, could I at least have the pleasure of your company for lunch?
Her stomach chose that moment to rumble.
Would that be a yes?
She shook her head. She chose an obvious excuse. My family would not approve.
What objection could they have?
I am Chinese. He slipped his gloved finger under her chin and lifted her face. The touch was coldly dispassionate. His gaze became assessing. With his thumb, he tilted her head to the side.
Not fully.
She jerked her face free. Even though he wasn't a large man, he was still much bigger than she. And something about him made her think of coiled snakes in tall grass. He made her nervous. "No, I am not." She took a step back and bowed, effectively escaping his touch. "I must go."
Before you go, is there someone I can speak to?
In regard to what?
He reached into his vest pocket and pulled out a piece of paper. With a smile, he handed it to her. I'd like you to be my guest to the Box Social in Barren Ridge tomorrow.
Barren Ridge was 4 hours away. Why would he invite her there? She took the paper. "I do not understand."
I'm told this is the most exciting event that has happened around here in years.
Looking at the flyer, she felt the blood drain from her face. Centered at the top of the page was a sketch. It was both clever and horrific. It was Shadow, yet not. A demon caricature of him. In the drawing, he was portrayed as a knife-wielding monster with a head larger than the rest of his body. Around his neck was a spiked noose. The caption read, "Caught at last." They were going to hang her Shadow. At the bottom were instructions on how to enter a basket in the Box Social, and they were going to have a dance afterward. She wanted to throw up.
Shadow Ochoa has been terrorizing the state for years now. It's going to be quite a celebration.
Why do they call him a savage?
He's half Indian.
And she was half Chinese. That meant nothing. She touched the sneer the artist had etched into Shadow's face. They'd made her dragon a demon, and were planning on dancing on his grave. That could not happen. She handed the flyer back to the man. "I do not even know your name."
Colonel Jeffrey Daniels.
He bowed.
And what's your name?
Keeping her gaze lowered, she allowed a hint of distress to enter her gaze. "I am sorry." She looked down the street as if she feared being watched. A proper Chinese woman would never be seen in the company of any man unescorted, least of all a white man. "I must go." Any hope she had that he would just let her walk away died the moment he fell into step beside her. She glanced up the street again, as if fearing to be caught. "Please, you must go." Instead of moving away, he inched closer. When she would have slowed and let him go by, his hand curved under her elbow.
I'm afraid, ma'am, that I'm going to have to insist on accompanying you.
She stopped dead. "Why?" He stepped in front of her, hemming her in.
"Because you have something I want."
Slipping her hand under her tunic, she grabbed the purse and yanked it from the belt. She held it out. "This is all I have." He didn't take it.
"I think you have more than that."
"I don't understand."
His "you will" lingered in her ears.
With pressure on her elbow, he forced her back down the sidewalk. A woman in a black dress and a perky feathered hat approached. Faye wanted to cry for help. Pain shot up from her elbow, crippling the impulse. The woman, oblivious to Faye's distress, nodded as she drew even. "Good day to you." The colonel touched his fingers to his hat and nodded back with a slight smile, maintaining the illusion that they were a couple out for an afternoon stroll.
"Good afternoon."
Faye nodded and walked, her mind racing. She had to help Shadow. She had to help herself. She had to escape. They came to an alley. Instead of crossing, the colonel pushed her into it. She stumbled a few steps before stopping and planting her feet. Again, he stepped in front of her, so close that his cologne stung her nostrils. Keeping her gaze down, she asked, "What do you think I can give you?"
"Shadow Ochoa."
"He is in jail." She waved in the direction of his pocket. "They are going to hang him tomorrow night. It says so on the paper you showed me."
"It seems Mr. Ochoa did not like our accommodations."
"He escaped?" Relief put a quaver in her voice. Hopefully he would think it fear.
"For now. I'll get him back."
"I won't help you."
"Yes, you will. Mr. Ochoa is very fond of you."
She dipped her head lower, not having to fake the shame. He used me. He reached out. She stepped back. He was quicker than she had expected. His gloved fingers slid behind her neck, a parody of the caress that Shadow so often used, but it didn't excite when this man did it. When this man touched her, a chill went down her spine. You didn't spend that much time in your marriage getting to know your husband, did you? It was a very short marriage. It ended when he threw me out. I highly doubt that. Tipping her coin purse, she spilled the contents into her palm and held it up to his face. This is all there is between me and starvation. If Shadow loved me, I would have more. Daniel shook his head. Clearly he did not believe her. Shadow Ochoa has a habit of disposing of those he loves. He tells himself it keeps them safe. Well, if it is true, it is not working very well. I want him back. She gave up, feigning calm. So do I, but I don't think either one of us is going to get our wish. You may be right. His thumb stroked her neck. As a matter of fact, I'm going to let you convince me you're right, which means I'll need a different form of compensation. Rape? He was going to rape her. Faye looked around. There was nothing in the alley except a couple of crates tossed to one side. Nothing stood out as a weapon. No! She jerked away. He pulled her back. From the street end of the alley came men's voices. The colonel pushed her up against the building. His forearm hit the wood above her head. His body pressed into hers while his hand came around her throat. His mouth lowered to her ear. From the corner of her eye, she could see the men passing, laughing, just 10 feet away. 10 impossible feet. His fingers tightened on her neck. If you cry out, I'll cut your throat. She believed him. What do you want? Shadow or the gold. Either one. She wouldn't give him Shadow. Even if she could, she wouldn't. He read the answer in her eyes. So I guess it will be the gold, then. Why do you think I have gold? I see a copy of every assayer's report that comes out of this state. But I only found the one nugget. No, you didn't. How do you know? You don't lie well. Yes, she did, but that would be another thing she would work on. Lowering her eyes, she whispered, We will need horses. He eased his hand off her throat and straightened. That's not a problem. I will also need my things. You're not hoping that someone's going to rescue you when you get to the hotel, are you? No, that is not one of my hopes. Being able to get what she needed out of her room without him noticing? That was one of her hopes. He took her elbow. Let's go. The whole way to the hotel, she held on to a wish, almost a belief that someone should notice she was being held captive. At least they should look at them twice. But nobody looked at the army officer and the Chinese woman. In reality, nobody looked at her at all, but they all looked at him, and she had to admit he did cut a striking figure in his uniform. Part of it had to do with how he carried himself. The rest had to do with how well his uniform fit and the utter cleanliness of it. She looked at his gloves. There wasn't a smudge in sight. The colonel was a very precise man. How did you find me? There aren't many women who look for jobs as explosives experts. Word gets around. She cursed herself. She hadn't even thought of hiding that. They arrived at the hotel without incident. It was a simple 3-story structure with modest decor and a clean interior. They catered to families. An unmarried woman alone was suspicious, so she wasn't surprised when, as soon as they entered the lobby, the clerk called her over. Daniels stayed with her, his hand on the middle of her back, as if she needed the warning. Bowing, she greeted the clerk. Hello, Mr. Brown. Keeping his voice low, the clerk informed her, I'm sorry, Miss Fay. We don't allow gentlemen up to our female guests' rooms. She didn't need the colonel's painful grip on her elbow to know he didn't like that. You do not rent rooms to men? She asked. The challenge was slapped down. "This is not a saloon. We do not allow fraternizing above stairs." The gentleman in the corner reading a newspaper folded the top to look at her. A woman coming down the stairs ushered her son out the door faster than was necessary. Faye's blush was not feigned. "Oh, my." She didn't know what to say or to whom. Daniels's lopsided smile gave her the shivers. "I'm sorry, darling. It wasn't my intention to ruin your reputation when I suggested we come get your trunk. We didn't mean any disrespect, sir, but this is a decent hotel for families," Mr. Brown said. "I understand. If the lady needs help with her trunk, we have a bellboy who could assist, if that would be acceptable." Faye's "That won't be necessary" was overridden by the Colonel's "That would be appreciated." "Of course." The clerk rang a bell on the desk. A middle-aged man came out of the back. "Miss Faye will need help with her trunks." The man nodded and waited. Daniels reached out and stroked the back of his fingers down Faye's cheek. "Don't take too long, darling. We've got an appointment in 10 minutes. She kept her expression demure and her eyes downcast through sheer force of will. "Of course." Her room was on the second floor. She took the stairs as quickly as she could. The bellhop lagged behind, likely not in a hurry, as he knew he was going to have to wait on her anyway. Reaching her room, she quickly entered and closed the door behind her. She didn't have much time. Dumping out the trunk, she lifted the false bottom. 4 sticks. She only had 4 sticks left. Tearing at a petticoat, she started ripping strips of material off the bottom. Grabbing 2 sticks of the dynamite, she tied them to the outside of her right thigh, and then 2 to her left. Putting on the petticoats over her clothes, she tied them before pulling her blue cotton dress over her head. Buttoning it quickly, she stuffed the sulfurs in the pocket. In the other one, she stuffed her map. Smoothing her skirts, she checked her appearance. The dynamite wasn't noticeable. On the floor, amidst the shirts and dresses, was her gold nugget, her good luck charm. She picked it up. For a moment she just stood there, holding the nugget, inner panic flaring. The Colonel would kill her as soon as he had what he wanted. She had no doubt of that. She assumed he was telling the truth when he said Shadow had escaped. Maybe he was telling the truth about the other, too. Men tended to know more about their enemies than about their friends. And Shadow was an enigma to her. It had always felt like love when he touched her, but then he'd step back and the feeling would be gone. So the Colonel could be telling the truth, or he could just be spinning her a lie because he needed her to believe it so he could recapture Shadow. And quite frankly, she was tired of guessing. A knock came at the door. With minimal fuss, she tossed a pair of pantaloons, a new shirt and skirt, stockings, and a sweater into her pack. The rest she shoved back into the trunk. Then she hurried over to the door, vividly aware of the dynamite strapped to her thighs, the chances she was taking. Fingers on the doorknob, she stopped and took a breath. Catching a glimpse of herself in the mirror by the door, she smoothed her hair. Everything looked to be in place. It was time to go. She opened the door. "Your trunk?" the bellhop asked. "I have decided I only need a pack." After a second, he held out his hand. She gave him her bag. He motioned her out the door. On the way down the stairs, she discovered that deciding it was time to do something was a long way from being comfortable with doing it. When she got to the landing, her knees were weak and her hands were shaking. There was no time to give in to panic. The Colonel was waiting at the bottom, 1 foot on the first step, 1 hand on the railing. "I was just coming to look for you," he informed her as she descended the stairs. "It took longer than expected," she told him when she got to the bottom. His pale blue eyes went from her to the porter. "Where's your trunk?" She halted on the step in front of him. "I decided all I needed was the pack. We are coming back, aren't we?" "Of course." He was lying. The porter handed him her bag. The Colonel's smile was a false stretch of his lips as he handed the man a coin. "Thank you." Adding several more, he said, "And please see that the ladies' room is held for the next week." So much money spent on an illusion that didn't matter. Why did he bother, she wondered.
Of course,
the desk clerk said, motioning the porter over and collecting the coins. Faye reached for her pack. The colonel smiled and tucked the pack over his shoulder.
I'll carry that, my dear.
Of course he would. Holding the front door open for her, he waited for her to pass through. As soon as she was level, he said,
You changed your clothes.
The comment snapped just behind her ear. She jumped. His hand came down to the center of her back, touching lightly, letting her know he was there, that he was in control. It was hard to swallow. It is uncomfortable to ride in my tunic and pants, she lied. She needed the skirts to hide the dynamite. The material is too thin.
I'm not complaining. I don't approve of that heathen garb anyway.
Heathen. He was calling her heathen, and he was the one doing the kidnapping. Instead of spitting out the truth, she kept her gaze down and her hands meekly folded. Her ancestors had known one thing. Men relaxed around a woman they thought submissive.
While you were gathering your items, I sent a boy to have our horses brought around.
He motioned to the rocking chairs.
Please sit.
It wasn't a request. It was only the illusion of choice. She gave him the illusion of gratitude. With a bow so shallow as to be an insult, she said, Thank you.
I can see what Shadow lacked in you. It's a nice change to have a woman around who does as she's told.
A woman's place is cherished at her husband's feet.
He sat beside her. Maybe later we'll test that out.
Maybe by then she would be gone. The dynamite felt heavy on her thighs. She could only hope it didn't slip. Had she tied it tightly enough? Had she tied it too tightly? The only way she would know was if it fell off, or if her legs got numb. Waiting to find out just put a finer edge on the night. The colonel reached into his vest. She stiffened.
No need for nerves. It's just a journal.
He held it up. He opened the cover and she knew immediately there was nothing just about it. There were dates and columns and precise areas of structured writing. He took a pencil out of the spine and turned to a page 3/4 of the way through. You write in this book?
Yes.
Why? He closed the book and tied the leather flap down. With equal precision, he tucked the pencil into the spine.
It's good to have a record. There will come a time down the road when people will need to know what I've done. I don't want the newspapers and the biographers creating fiction because they don't have fact.
It is your life story? He turned so fast she jumped back.
Do not refer to my life's work as a story.
I am sorry.
People don't always understand why leaders have to do what they do.
You wish to be understood?
Of course.
Do you put all in the book, good and bad?
How else would there be context?
She had no idea. 3 men rode up the street leading 2 saddled horses. Daniel stood as the riders approached.
Colonel? Men?
The men did not have the colonel's neatness of appearance. They looked like what they probably were, opportunists. Men who did whatever they needed to for coin. Daniels glanced down his nose at her.
Do you need assistance?
Getting out of the chair, no. Getting up on the monster horse they brought her, likely. I do not know.
Well, since daylight's burning.
Grabbing her by the waist, he tossed her up onto the big chestnut. She clung to the saddle horn, glad she hadn't strapped the dynamite to her waist. Shishi.
I do like the way you say that.
I will remember. And never say it again. He smiled, grabbed her horse's reins, and turned them south.
I just bet you will.
Chapter 15. By the time they reached the claim, their number had grown to 20, and Faye had run out of fear. Not that she hadn't started out with a fair share, but every hour they'd ridden she'd watched, prayed, and hoped. But no miracles had occurred. No heroes had appeared. After 12 hours, she decided she would have to save herself. By the 14th hour, she had a plan. By the 15th hour, she was prepared to enact it. The horses plodded into the clearing. "We're here." The men looked around.
"I don't see anything."
The colonel pulled out his revolver.
"Playing games now would be very foolish, my dear."
The revolver didn't scare her. They wouldn't kill her until they knew for sure they had the claim. "It is here." She slid off the horse.
"Where are you going?"
She walked stiffly up to the boulder. "The way is through here." The men dismounted and tossed the horses' reins over a bush. The horses immediately ducked their heads to eat. It had been a long ride.
"Where?"
She slipped behind the boulder. The colonel grabbed her arm and hauled her back out.
"Oh, no you don't."
"But this is the way." The man called John came over.
"Damn narrow space. Do you think it's a trap? Send her in first and see."
John gave her a push. Daniels yanked her back.
"Not without some guarantee we can get her back. What do you suggest?"
He grabbed some rope.
"Fix it so we can reel her out."
He tied the rope around Faye's waist and knotted it tightly in back. John tossed him a thinner rope. Daniels used that to tie her hands in front of her and then to secure them to the thicker rope at the back of her waist. She stood, waiting patiently. She couldn't implement her plan until she was in the cave. The colonel stroked her hair off her face.
"You look very pretty like that."
She bowed her head, giving him the impression he wanted.
"Just get her in there. This place gives me the creeps."
With a shove, Daniels sent her into the cave. The claim was exactly as she and Shadow had left it. The bag of food tins they had brought still sat by the mouth of the cave. The saddlebags for carrying out the gold were on the far wall. The blankets and pillows she'd started to lay out were neatly bundled 10 feet apart on either side of the fire pit. It was as if it was all waiting for her, eagerly anticipating the time she'd pick up the threads of her original intent and fix all that had gone wrong since she'd disobeyed Shadow's order to stay put and stay safe. The claim was the same, but everything else was different. She was different. She wasn't scared any longer. Not of making a decision, anyway. Daniels and his men were not going to have her claim. They weren't going to have Shadow, and they weren't going to have her. Behind her, she could hear the colonel and his men struggling to pass through the opening. Once they succeeded, she wasn't going to have much time. Rummaging awkwardly through the food sack, she located the knife and cut through the rope that bound her wrists, and then sawed through the one on her waist, the pieces falling to the ground. She took the sulfurs and map out of her pocket and stepped out of her dress in petticoats. From beyond the rock entrance, she heard the colonel curse when the tension left the rope.
"Fei Yen!"
Her heart leaped to her throat. It was now or never. Lighting the lantern, she moved farther into the cave. She set it on a rock and looked at the map. She focused on small scribbles that looked like pebbles. It had been 2 months since she'd checked the explosives her father had laid out. She needed to be very sure where the connections were. She wasn't going to have much time once the series started. The narrow entry to the cave was only a delay, not a solution.
"God damn it, girl! Your ass better be there!"
It was, but it wasn't going to be there for long. Her hands shook. One way or another, she was leaving.
"Get the hell out of the way, John,"
she heard Daniels order.
"Why? So you can get the gold for yourself?"
Faye picked up the lantern. The flickering light cast grotesque shadows along the wall, highlighting the dugout areas and the shored-up tunnels. There was fresh dirt around the openings. The claim was less stable than before.
"Take off your gun belts and strip down, goddammit," she heard the colonel say.
It was time to go. Following the marks on the map, she walked around the perimeter of the cave, checking the fuse connections at each of the 3 tunnel openings that led deeper into the cave. The left one led to the waterfall. The center one was a dead end. The third narrow, ramshackle tunnel looked like a dead end, but actually snaked around behind the waterfall. Getting to it was the key to her plan. If the explosion started from there, she could escape out the back of the cave, leaving the men trapped in the center. Buried. She shivered at the horrific image. Her stomach turned, but she buried the weakness. These men had killed others. would kill her and Shadow. They needed to be stopped. She could stop them. She couldn't think beyond that. Faye finished checking the front section and headed into the left tunnel to the back. She hated the back of the cave. There were steep ledges that crumbled to deep drop-offs along the carved-out path. When placing the charges, she'd almost fallen to her death when a narrow part of ledge had given way under her feet. Putting the memory out of her mind, she picked up the sack of gold she'd reserved for herself months ago and dragged it close to the ledge. She searched the floor, looking for the connection. She couldn't find it and began to panic. She took a deep breath and looked again. There was a spill of pebbles on the ground that didn't look natural. She gently pushed them aside and found the connection, but she didn't remember laying out pebbles like that. She sat back on her heels. Her heart pounded in her throat, her breathing stuck in her chest. She also didn't remember tying those wires together. "Faye!" She jumped at the loud echo of her name. Daniels and his men had made it into the cave. "Where are you?" She didn't answer, just quickly moved on to the next location. "Shit," she heard one of them mumble. "There's no gold here." Something was dumped on the floor. "The hell there's not! Look at this!" They'd found the gold she collected before she'd gone to free Lynn. Good. That should keep them busy. The next connection was the same as the first, the wires connected and covered with pebbles. She knew she hadn't done that, which begged the question, who had? Her heart started racing and the sick feeling in her stomach grew. There was a hoot when the men found her supplies. Cans clunked against stone as they emptied the sacks out on the ground. She had to hurry. The gold pulled on her shoulders, dragging her down. "Follow the stream. I think I hear a waterfall back there. Usually do find gold in rushing water." She thought that might be John. "Nature's shovel is what I call it." It made it easier for Faye to find the other connections now that she knew what she was looking for. Her muscles burned as she strained to carry the weight of her load as she went from point to point. A little voice inside said, "Leave it," but she couldn't. It was her fresh start. Shadows danced on the walls as she passed, rocks scraped under her feet. Too much noise, too much noise. She tried to walk more carefully. Instead of silence, she started a little landslide. Sound reverberated around the cave. Pressing against the wall, she watched the ceiling, expecting it to come down any minute. It didn't, but she'd drawn the attention of the men. She heard them closer. It wasn't a bad thing. "I think I have her." "Where?" "There's a light down here." "Is it the woman?" "Damn, I hope so. I haven't had me a decent woman in a coon's age." Faye sprinted to the waterfall. Grabbing nuggets out of the water, she tossed them on the bank. She needed greed to hold the men in place, just for a little while longer. Faye checked her sulfurs. They were dry and ready to go. Taking a breath, she nodded confidently. So was she. She set the lantern behind her, letting the light illuminate the spot, drawing in the colonel and his men. "There she is!" someone hollered. As if he were inviting her to dinner, Daniels called, "Why don't you make it easy on yourself and come here, my dear?" My dear. He made the endearment an obscenity. Adopting a calm she didn't feel, Faye held the dynamite, listening to the soothing hiss of the fuse, and didn't answer. The men advanced, making obscene comments, telling her what they were going to do with her body. Just a little more, just a little farther. Something flew past her ear, drawing a small scream past her resolve. The man who'd just uttered the most vile comment dropped, a knife in his throat. His last obscenity ended in a gurgle. From the shadows she heard a deep rumble of sound. "A man ought to know how to talk to a lady." Oh my God. Someone else was in here. "Who are you?" She couldn't get the question past the knot in her throat. The immediate question of friend or foe was answered by the stranger's next question. "You ready to throw that yet?" Her heart started beating again. Friend. He had to be a friend. Almost. Daniel's men crouched and drew their guns. She stood there, giving them a target.
"Get the hell down,"
the stranger ordered. She shook her head. Heart thundering in her chest, she stood stock still and started counting. She needed them to stay where they were. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. By the time they recognized what was flying through the air at them, Daniels and his men had no time to react. The walls shivered and groaned, the explosion reverberating with a deafening thunder. A hand latched onto the back of her shirt and lifted her off her feet, knocking her down behind a boulder. She had a vague impression of long hair and broad shoulders before the stranger picked up the lantern, grabbed her hand, and dragged her with him as he ran faster than she could ever run by herself. "Wrong way!" she gasped. The stranger either didn't hear or didn't care. Just before he reached the backside of the waterfall, he took an immediate left, navigating the treacherous paths with precision, circumventing the men between them with the shortcut. She knew he'd had to have been inside her claim a while to know about this shortcut back to the front of the cave. When they got to the chamber to the right of the entry, he set the lantern down, grabbed her by the waist, and tossed her across the narrow ravine as if she weighed nothing. Pebbles and small rocks pinged off her shoulder as rocks rolled and crashed. Rolling to her feet, she glanced back over her shoulder, getting her first good look at the man as he prepared to jump, and gasped. He wasn't just big, he was massive. Tall and broad-shouldered, he wore a black vest with no shirt, displaying the thickly slabbed muscles of his abdomen. He had the powerful arms and chest of a blacksmith, but he moved with the grace of a warrior. His skin was dark. His shoulder-length black hair flared back from his rugged face as he ran toward the ravine. Just before he jumped, a rock fell from above. "Look out!" It was too late. It hit his head. His shadow flared up on the far wall in a dramatic crescendo as he fell to his knees, inches from the ravine. Beyond the entry, a dog barked. The choice of what to do was taken out of her hands. She couldn't leave him. Getting a running start, she leaped back over the ravine. She checked his pulse. Alive, but unconscious. Grabbing his legs, she pulled him away from the edge. The muscles in the back of her thighs burned and ached, but she'd only managed to move him a foot. From the sound of the angry voices, the colonel and his men were disoriented but regrouping. It was doubtful they'd find this chamber. From their perspective, the entrance was at the edge of what looked like a small dead-end tunnel. The men's voices faded. They'd turned down the dead end. She turned the lantern down to a flicker. That would give her time, but they'd be back. She needed to get around to the left to set off the dynamite on that side first. That was the plan, to keep them in the middle as the whole claim came crashing down around them. It was a well-thought-out plan. Her father's plans always were. But nowhere in it was the need to move an unconscious giant. From the back of the tunnel, the dog barked again. It had to be from the second entrance. Was there help out there? Friends of this man? She had to risk calling for them. She couldn't move the man herself, and she couldn't fight off Daniels, sitting in this chamber. Hidden though it was, they would find it eventually if they kept looking. And they would look. These men would not leave her claim until they'd searched every nook and cranny. Greed made men thorough. "Help!" A hand slapped over her mouth. The palm tasted like dirt. She looked down. The man was looking up at her. At least he was awake.
"Fei Yen?"
He knew her name? Cautiously, she nodded. The stranger removed his hand. His drawl was low and deep, not as compelling as Shadow's, but somehow soothing. It said that here was a man who could handle anything.
"We've been looking for you."
"Who are we?"
"Hell's 8.
That was Shadow's family. Relief made her giddy. Definitely friend. "Who are you?"
"I'm Tucker McCade, ma'am. Shadow sent me for you."
"He is alive still?" More relief flooded over her. Tucker sat up and touched his head before pulling his hand away and looking at it. Blood coated the surface.
"Yes, ma'am."
She closed her eyes and thanked the ancestors.
"Where'd you pick up the colonel?"
he asked in the same hushed baritone. "In Simple. He tracked me through my search for employment. I didn't know. I was upset. He offered me a handkerchief. Tucker nodded, pressing his fingers to his head again.
The next thing you knew, you were his prisoner.
Yes, she whispered. Everything in her told her shut up, leave, detonate the dynamite. But Tucker was still woozy from the blow. She had to wait, had to find patience while inside her the clock ticked. How did you know?
You don't have to tell me about the Colonel, ma'am.
How do I know you're Shadow's friend?
You saying I'm lying?
She licked her lips. Nobody in their right mind would call this man a liar, even if he said it was night in the middle of the day. I want you to prove you're his friend.
You and your cousin Lynn killed a wild boar by supposedly tripping and falling on it.
She sighed and shook her head. It was not her most womanly moment. That would be the thing Shadow would tell you. Tucker chuckled and pressed his hand to his head.
Shadow doesn't just tell it, he brags on it.
He is proud of such a thing? Tucker smiled.
The man thinks the world of you, Mrs. Ochoa.
Inside Faye, a little of the coldness warmed. Shadow had bragged on her, and he'd claimed her as wife to his family. He is not ashamed of me. Tucker cast her a sharp glance.
I'd say just the opposite.
She closed her eyes to fight the bite of bittersweet tears. Thank you.
Don't cry.
I won't. It was just good to know. If the plan failed and she died, she had that knowledge to add to the memories. The men's voices were getting louder. The Colonel and his men were finding their way back. They needed to move. Can I trust you?
Do you want to?
She wasn't sure, and she was running out of time.
Will it make it easier for you if I tell you my wife says I'm cuddly?
Cuddly? This man? You are married?
Don't sound so shocked. And yes, to an opinionated little pacifist.
She took in all that muscle, accentuated with scars that had to have been accumulated through years of battle. She remembered how he'd thrown that knife. You are a pacifist?
I'm working on it.
Then what good will you do me? He smiled and held out his hand, helping her to her feet before getting to his. His smile transformed his face, taking it from austere to kind.
Today I'm not working on it that hard.
I'm not sure I should trust you.
Because of the gold?
She nodded. He shrugged.
If I wanted your gold, I could have taken it long before now, and there isn't anything you could do to stop me.
She jerked her chin in the direction of the approaching voices. I could sick them on you. Daniels and his men had grown bolder since there were no more explosions. They were almost back at the waterfall.
Yeah, you could, but there's nothing they could do to stop me either.
It wasn't a boast. He said it the way Shadow said those kinds of things, as if it were a matter of fact. And it probably was. If all he wanted was the gold and escape, he could have done it long before now.
Besides, you're planning on blowing up their asses.
Yes. She cocked her head to the side. You're the one who connected my fuses.
Couldn't help myself. Sweet pattern you laid down there. Got them all corralled in. Beats picking them off one by one.
It was my father's pattern, but I need to finish it. They couldn't get out without finishing it. There were too many of the others. He nodded.
Yeah, between the men here and the snipers outside, they've got us pinned down.
Snipers?
Shadow and the others are handling the snipers, but it's not likely that they'll get them before these yahoos force our hand.
She swallowed and nodded. She understood. Her situation hadn't changed much. It was still them or her. Shadow is all right?
Just worried about you. If he didn't have such a dislike of small places, he'd have been the one scouting in here. As it was, Kane had to force the issue.
He held her gaze.
He wanted to be with you.
She was glad he wasn't. The chances of her plan succeeding were not good.
I think I see the way out,
someone called.
You go and run,
another snapped.
I'm not leaving without some of this gold.
Tucker looked at her knowingly.
They're right where you want them.
How do you know?
Gold nuggets don't just pile up like that in a stream. Someone salted it for a reason.
She didn't know what to say. Apparently, Tucker didn't require anything. He was back to studying the map.
How are you going to get back to light the fuse?
She pulled out her map. There's a tunnel to the right that circles around to this spot behind the waterfall. He studied the layout.
You need to set off the front first for that to work.
She nodded.
I'll handle that.
You'll be trapped. He tapped the paper.
There's a bigger opening now, just a bit farther down.
The air hole?
There was no way I was getting out the back way, so I expanded it. Hope you don't mind.
He would have needed to. For the first time since she entered the cave, hope flared. She just might survive this. I do not mind. What about the snipers?
It won't be the first time I've ruined a sniper's day.
The gold would not distract them forever. It was now or never. Tucker covered her hand with his, bringing her gaze to his.
Are you sure you want to do this?
There was no question. The gold is not my destiny.
Just your fresh start.
Shadow talks too much. Tucker chuckled.
Can you make it to here?
He tapped the map at the location of the other detonator. Yes, they will not see me.
I'm going to need a distraction.
He was right. His detonator was in sight of the salted stream bed. She took the dynamite out of her pocket. I will provide it.
Take the lantern.
She picked it up.
And, Faye?
She stopped and turned back.
Be careful.
She nodded. She was always careful, especially now when she might have a future. She just needed to get to that one spot. The terrain was tricky, full of loose rocks and drop-offs, but it was where she needed to be. There was only one place the dynamite would be effective. If Daniels got past it, Tucker would be trapped. Not that the explosion she was planning would kill them. It would just block them from the front exit and send them back to the middle of the cave. The charges she'd planted 2 months ago would take care of the rest. Across the way, she saw Tucker move into place. Partially hidden by rock, he gave her the thumbs up. She lit the sulfur. Daniel's men turned at the flare of light.
There she is! Get her!
She shook her head, touching the match to the short fuse on the dynamite. She needed them to stay where they were. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Chapter 16. Tucker had done his job. The explosions came one right after the other. One man standing near a charge was catapulted through the air like a doll. Another swore and dived for cover. Only the colonel didn't panic. With unswerving determination, he came running toward her as rock crashed down on rock and dust billowed thicker than smoke. It was hard to hear, hard to breathe, hard to think. She hadn't realized how loud it was all going to be, how devastating. It was as though the world was ending. Turning, she sprinted for the back of the cave. She didn't have much time. The cave was rigged to blow in sections. It was her last resort plan, and now that it was set in motion, there was no stopping it.
God damn you!
Daniel shouted above the blasts. Looking over her shoulder, she saw he was gaining. The lantern he carried swung wildly, throwing a garish light. His revolver was in his hand.
No!
She turned and threw her lantern at him. It thudded to the ground to his right. Oil spilled and lit in a steady creep of fire that added a touch of hell to the chaos. Amidst the horror of the cave-in and spreading flames, he laughed. He was insane. Faster! Her mind screamed, but no matter how fast she ran, the colonel ran faster. Behind him, the cave began to collapse. The next 2 explosions came quickly. There was a shout behind her. Looking over her shoulder, she saw the colonel on his knees, rocks pounding his body.
Good.
She made it to the waterfall. After rounding the corner, she stopped by a small pile of rocks. Shoving the debris off the top, she exposed the fuse beneath. Digging in her pocket, she searched for a sulfur. For a second, she hesitated. There'd be no going back after this. No gold, no future, no fresh start. The colonel came around the corner, bloody and furious. She struck the sulfur. Nothing happened.
Where are you, you bitch?
No more threat to Shadow. Light, Light! The chant went through her head. The sulfur flared. Sheltering it in the cup of her hand, she touched it to the fuse. The fuse hissed and sputtered. She wasted precious seconds to make sure it stayed lit. The colonel spotted her. No more time. Half crawling, half running, going by feel, she made it to the narrow ledge that led deeper into the cave. It was dark there, very dark. Keeping her hand against the wall, she got to her feet and ran recklessly, desperately. At this point, there was only the slightest chance she'd escape. If the fuse burned just a bit slower than it was designed, if she ran just a bit faster than she thought she could, there was a chance. Something struck her from behind. The sulfurs went flying out of her hand as she slammed to the ground, her nose hitting a rock. Stunned, she couldn't move. "You goddamn bitch!" The curse roared in her ears. "That's my gold blowing up!" Rough hands turned her over. There was nothing neat about Daniels now. His hair was covered in dirt and sticking out in clumps. Blood ran in rivulets down his face, carving out demonic-looking paths in the dust that glowed eerily in the faint light of his discarded lantern. "I'll kill you!" He was still wearing her pack on his back. There was still hope. All around them the cave shook as if caught in an earthquake. She'd placed the dynamite well. The cave-in was imminent. "Let go of me!" She gouged for his eyes. He knocked her hands aside. She kicked at his legs and punched at his face. He swore and grabbed her by the throat. Slapping at his face and grabbing at his hands, she tried to dislodge his grip, but it was useless. He had the strength of a demon, squeezing her throat as she choked for air. Her hand slid off his cheek and bumped against something bulky and square. The book. She might have lost the gold with which to buy Shadow's freedom, but there was still Daniel's book. With her right hand, she fumbled for it. With the left, she struggled to reach the pack. Daniel squeezed harder. Pain exploded in her neck. Panic pounded at her mind. But in a strangely detached way, she worked apart from it, shielded from the horror by purpose. Her index finger hooked in the pocket of the pack. The small knife she used for everyday things wiggled into her reach just as the edges of her vision went black. "No!" It was a gasp from her heart. She could not lose now. She was so close to the opening, to her life. Shadow. His face filled her mind's eye. Beloved, determined. His hand reached out and curved around her nape. His thumb caressed her cheek. So real she could feel it. Rough skin caressing her in the tenderest of touches. Beyond the foulness of the colonel's face, Shadow's eyes burned into hers with a message she could not read. His lips formed syllables she couldn't hear. "Shadow." Just saying his name gave her strength. The colonel leaned in, hissing in her ear. "Fuck that Indian, and fuck you! Live!" The order leaped into her mind as the knife popped into her hand. She flicked the sheath off with her thumb. Staring straight into the colonel's eyes, she plunged the knife into his neck with the last of her strength. Jerking back, he grabbed at his throat. She placed her foot in the middle of his chest and pushed. He fell to the side as the ledge crumbled. His feet went over. She scrambled back. He reached out, his fingers wrapped like vices around her ankle, and then she was sliding with him toward the abyss. Digging in her feet, she fought gravity. The edge came closer. The chasm loomed, swallowing Daniels. His maniacal laugh filled the cavern as they went hurtling over the edge. "Shadow!" Her scream was lost as one last explosion rocked the cavern. They heard the explosions before they reached the cave.
"Shit. That sounds like dynamite," Kane said. "You did say your new wife was handy with the stuff, didn't you?" Tracker asked. "Could be Tucker," Zack offered. "The man loves to play with the stuff."
But it wasn't Tucker, Shadow knew. He kicked Knight into a gallop, plunging down the slope toward the mouth of the cave.
"It's Faye."
Tracker came up along one side, Zack the other. Bending down, Tracker grabbed Knight's reins and pulled him back as Kane took the lead. Protecting him, Shadow realized.
"We don't know what we're getting into,"
Tracker snapped.
Use your head."
Shadow didn't care what was ahead. If Faye was blowing the cave, she was in trouble. "Shadow!" Faye's scream was a whisper of sensation in his imagination, blending with the urgency inside.
"Breaking your neck isn't going to help her,"
Sam shouted.
"Neither is wasting time."
Slipping the knife from his boot and leaning over Knight's neck, Shadow cut Knight's reins off between Tracker's hand and the bit. The horse stayed game, taking the descent at a gallop, even with the shift of weight. Tracker lurched to the side with the release of tension. Zack held steady, his dark face splitting in a grin, and touched his fingers to his hat as Tracker dropped the useless pieces of leather.
"As you wish."
Tracker swung back into position on his right. Kane fell into position beside him. Sam covered the left, all four riding as hard and as recklessly as he was. The horses hit the plateau with a grunt and surged forward. There were no questions, no arguments. Shadow was off the horse and running even before Knight came to a stop. Kane was right behind him, followed by Tracker, Zack, and Sam. It was obvious within seconds that the opening was impassable. Slapping the boulder with the flat of his hand, Shadow cursed.
"Where the hell is Tucker?" "In there, if Faye is,"
Sam answered. Dynamite was still exploding. The Colonel's horses, tied to the trees, stomped their feet in agitation. Their riders wouldn't be coming for them.
"Over there!"
Looking to where Kane pointed, Shadow spotted a plume of smoke.
"There's another entrance." "Not for long, from the sound of things."
It would be long enough. Shadow wouldn't let it be any less. Vaulting back into Night, he kicked him back into a gallop. The gelding gave him what he asked for, running too fast through the rocky terrain. It wasn't fast enough. The explosion stopped. As Shadow's feet hit the ground, the earth stopped shaking and the plume was just a slight puff. If they'd arrived a minute later, there wouldn't have been any sign at all.
"Hold on, Faye." "Still think she's in there?"
Tracker asked. Shadow had no doubt.
"Yes. We're going to have to widen that opening. While it might be big enough for a woman, we're never getting through,"
Sam said, dismounting. Shadow grabbed the shovel tied to the back of his saddle.
"Then let's get to it."
The others did the same.
"Must have been a hell of a fix for her to bring the whole place down around her,"
Zack said.
"Could it have been a mistake?"
Tracker asked.
"No. Dynamite could have been unstable,"
Sam observed. Shadow remembered how Faye had stood that night with the dynamite in her hand, utterly confident as she bluffed.
"It's not a mistake."
He started digging. The ground was hard and rocky. He didn't do much damage on the first push. His gut went cold. Faye. He held her image in his head. Not as she might be, bloody and broken under tons of rock, but as she'd been that last night they were together. Wild and sweet and giving. His Faye.
"Live."
3 other shovels hit the dirt and rock beside his. Together they chopped and dug, widening the opening.
"I sent her away to keep her from this." "Dying?"
Tracker asked.
"Yes." "You thought sending her outside your protection would guarantee that?" "Yes."
Tracker tossed a shovelful of dirt to the side.
"You are an arrogant ass." "Not now, Tracker," Kane grunted. "Where's Zack?" "Covering our asses, as always." "Quit talking and dig," Shadow ordered. "Just trying to distract you." "I don't want to be distracted." "You never do," Tracker snapped. "You just latch onto an idea and cling to it like it's the only way, whether it is or not." "What the hell does that mean?" "Not now, Tracker. If all you're going to do is irritate, then get the hell up on the ridge with Zack." "No."
Sam grabbed a large rock and pulled it free of the hole, muscles straining with the effort.
"In case you haven't noticed, Shadow, we're all in a mood to kick your ass."
The rock came free. The opening was wide enough to fit through.
"You can give that a shot later."
Kane struck a sulfur and lit a lantern. Sam handed him a rope. Shadow tied it to the lantern and lowered it down into the hole. It was only 3 feet deep. Rock and dirt scattered the floor. Dust still roiled. It was a very small opening. Sam unbuckled his gun belt.
"I'll go in."
Shadow grabbed his arm.
No, I'll go. It's tight. I've got the better chance. It's unstable in there. You think it's going to be less unstable for you? You don't like caves. She's my woman. That makes her important to all of us.
He knew that. Shrugging out of his weapons, he let them drop to the ground, but he was still the one going in. Tracker's eyebrows went up.
You must be in love if you're treating your weapons like that. Shut up.
Sam put his hands on his chest, stopping him.
I said I was going.
Kane interceded.
Let him go, Sam. Why? Because if it was Bella in there, you wouldn't let anyone take your place either.
Putting his hands up, Sam stepped back.
Do what you need to. Thank you. I thought I would. Do it without the sarcasm,
Kane advised. Sam tossed the rope around Shadow's waist and knotted it behind his back.
You give us 3 tugs on this and we'll haul your ass out of there so fast it will make your head spin. Got it.
Tracker handed him the lantern.
Be sure you come back in one piece. I will. Good. Because I'm going to kick it when you get out. What the hell are you so pissed about? You're Hell's 8, Shadow, Kane said.
He knew that.
So? That means you're family. No shit.
Tracker checked the knot before grabbing it and jerking to get his attention.
That means we get to protect you, too.
He was crawling through his grave. The thought wouldn't leave Shadow's mind as he inched along in a crouch in a tunnel 4 feet high and 3 feet wide, heading deeper and deeper into the cave in a slow, tedious process that involved shoving the lantern forward, crawling to it, then repeating the process. Sweat broke out over Shadow's body, not just because the air was stiflingly close, but because with every foot he went in, the mountain above him seemed to weigh more. Son of a bitch, he hated tight spaces. The tunnel seemed to groan. Pebbles sprayed over him. Dust hovered in a thick cloud. He coughed and closed his eyes, waiting for it to settle.
Shadow! You all right down there?
Sam called.
Yeah, just dandy. You need to come out. This whole side could collapse. Not yet. Look around. Does it look like she could have survived?
It didn't look like anything could have survived.
I don't know. I'm pulling you out. No. Yes.
Reaching in his boot, Shadow pulled out his knife. Without another thought, he severed the rope. 2 seconds later, when Tracker realized what he'd done, the curses started.
God damn it, Shadow.
He wasn't leaving there without Faye. Ahead, all he could see was a solid pile of rock, just into the curve of the path. Damn. Biting the knife between his teeth, he crawled toward it. Faye was beyond the rock, somewhere. He wiped the sweat from his eyes and started shifting the rock to the side. One small boulder at a time, lining the tunnel around him, trying not to make the space too impassable as he did. "Hello?" The greeting came to him, muffled by the rock, but recognizable. There had never been a sweeter sound.
Faye?
Yes! Very carefully, he moved more rock, only to have the hole immediately fill with debris from above.
Where are you?
I'm down here!
Where's down here?
He managed to get a small hole through. On the ledge! Shit. It was a struggle to keep his voice calm.
How far down?
6 feet, maybe? Which meant, if he got to her, he could probably reach her. You have to hurry! The cavern could collapse any time! He'd noticed.
Are you hurt?
No, I'm not. But this is not good. No, there was nothing good about being buried alive.
I'm going to get you out.
No, the path is gone. It will take too long. The air isn't good. Just what he needed. More bad news. You must save yourself.
Working on it.
Right after he saved her. Tucker said you do not like small places. She'd seen Tucker.
Tucker talks too much.
Another rock moved to the side. Another 2 inches of space gained. It was something.
I see the light.
Good.
What happened, Faye? I told you to stay with your family.
You cannot send me away and expect to control me. She was still on that.
You know what my life is like. I didn't want you in that.
Yet it still touched me.
What the hell do you mean?
Your colonel found me.
Daniels? Son of a bitch.
Yes, son of a bitch. He made me come here. He wanted the gold.
Why didn't you just give it to him?
It is my fresh start, not his.
So you decided to blow it up?
No, this I decided when he decided to kill me. I'm glad he hasn't succeeded.
I do better with bluffing than killing.
He remembered when she told him that.
What the hell does that mean?
He is still trying.
Shadow froze. Does he have a gun on you?
I think he is dead.
That explained the tightness in her voice. Don't think about it.
I cannot help it. I am sitting on him.
Sitting on him? How big is that ledge, Faye?
Not big, and getting smaller with every tremble.
Can you shove his body off the ledge?
No.
Can you—
Shadow, I can do nothing but sit here and lose my mind.
You're too stubborn to lose your mind.
It is all I have left to lose.
The hole was big enough to get his arm through. There was only a slight bit of level ground until he reached air. She was right. The path was gone. From what he could see, where the path should have curved around had collapsed, resulting in a straight drop-off. Twisting about, he reached down. Can you reach my hand? Her fingers brushed his. He lunged forward and grabbed, holding on tightly when she almost slipped away. He closed his eyes, relief flowing through him with debilitating force at the contact. God damn, Faye! Then her fingers slipped away. He yanked his arm clear and shouted through the hole, Faye!
I am sorry. It is hard to balance on him.
Jesus Christ! She was trying to balance on a body on a ledge just to touch his hand? I'm sorry, honey. I didn't think. It's not the time for hand-holding anyway.
No, that time has passed.
Faye,
you broke my heart, Shadow Ochoa.
The catch in her voice devastated him and cracked the wall he'd erected around his emotions to protect her. The sob that followed spread that crack into a crevice. Pain seeped into his concentration, disrupting it. Don't cry, honey.
You had no right.
It was like a puzzle, trying to figure out what part of the slide he could move without disturbing another. Now is not the time.
There is no better time. I am very good at what I do. I blew this cave so it would be no more. Whatever hasn't caved in yet will shortly.
He'd rather talk about how he'd hurt her. I just wanted you safe.
That was not your choice.
The hell it wasn't. Something poked him in the hip. What the hell? She's got a point. Sam! We thought you might need something to support that mess. Found this stuff outside. Shadow reached back and felt a plank poking his hip. It was about the length of his arm. I'm going to need about 2 feet to get her out. Got it. There was a pause, and then, good thing she's a small woman, otherwise I don't think we'd have a prayer. Shadow put his hand on the rock pile, imagining he could feel Faye's hand on the other side. We'll have you out of there in just a minute, Faye.
No, you won't. But it is all right. I have had more than I expected in my life.
I don't want to hear this.
I didn't want to hear you tell me goodbye. We do not always get what we want.
Sam came back. If it were me, I'd humor her. Shadow swore and took the post Sam slid up along his side. What did you have that exceeded your expectations? She didn't answer. Faye?
I've known great passion. I have loved. I made my fortune, and I had a fresh start.
Her passion had only been for 3 days. Her love had sent her away. Her fortune would never be spent.
and her fresh start had gotten her kidnapped. He only addressed the latter.
Some fresh start. It only lasted 5 days.
It didn't have to last. It just had to be. And it was more than I would have had I stayed where I didn't belong, where you tried to send me back to. Shadow wedged the post against one side of the hole. Even to his untrained eye, it looked shaky. He went to work on the other side.
We've already been over that.
No! A rock came hurtling through the hole and bounced off his shoulder. You went over it. You decided. You made it happen so it was good for you. You did not care that it broke my heart. You did not care that you could have been hanged and I would not have known. You didn't care. Son of a bitch. She was crying.
I cared,
he said. If you cared, you would not have sent me away.
What could you have done?
Many things. Some foolish, some smart, but I would have had the choice to do something.
You would have tried to break me out.
Maybe.
Honey, the dynamite would have been flying for sure.
She continued as if he hadn't interrupted. Or maybe I would have sat with you and held your hand while you waited for the trial. And maybe I would have sent a message to your family. And maybe if they hadn't come and nothing I tried worked, maybe I would have stood in the front of the crowd, holding your soul with my heart until the last, not letting you go alone to meet your ancestors.
God damn, Faye. I wanted to spare you that.
And maybe, she continued, beating him up with the force of her truth, maybe if you had allowed me my right, I would not hate you so much now.
Faye.
Do not talk to me any more, Shadow. I do not want my last emotions to be ones of anger and regret. I want to remember what was, before you decided I did not matter.
Nothing but you does matter.
Pooh! Sam slid another plank forward.
That woman has a brutal way with words.
Shadow took it.
She's upset. She's also right. I have a right to protect the people I love, but not to the point where it's all about you.
He wedged the first plank into the opening of the cavern and hammered it in with his fist.
It's never about me. You'd better work on your listening skills, because when we get that woman out of there, you're going to have a long haul to get back in her good graces.
Shadow forced the second plank into place. The opening was less than 2 feet. It would be tight.
I don't want her hurt because of me. Yet she was, despite all your sacrifice, and now she's sitting on a ledge on the dead body of the man who tried to kill her, breathing foul air, listening to you tell her you're right and she's wrong. Sam, Bella taught me that you can't claim to love if you don't know how to accept it.
Sam patted his leg.
I'd rather face 20 Apaches on the warpath than go through that accepting thing again. Bella loves you. Maybe Faye loves you.
Shadow flinched away from the knowledge.
She thinks I'm a hero.
I do not. I think you are a jerk, Faye interjected. Sam laughed.
There you go. Shut up, Sam.
Shadow pushed the top brace in. The side threatened to fall.
Watch it.
Sam stretched, but couldn't reach the post to help.
Christ, it's tight in here. Yeah. Turn on your side and let me see if I can get in there to steady this one. Shit.
Shadow waited until Sam seemed to have a grip before letting go.
Got it? Sort of.
Another avalanche of rock tumbled down, but the makeshift bracing around the hole held.
It held,
he called to Faye.
I'll have you out in a bit.
Shadow, she called back. It is time for you to leave. I hate you. He wasn't leaving with those words between them.
I'm taking that holding as a good sign.
Sam grunted.
You clear out as much of that rock as you can, and I'll go get the rope. Done.
Sam left. In his wake there was only silence.
Faye, talk to me, honey.
Why?
So I know you're alive.
I am alive.
Good.
Moving the debris wasn't as easy as he'd hoped. Because of the tight confines of the tunnel, the debris had to be distributed down its length in such a way that it wouldn't block progress. And every time Shadow crept back and forth, more of the tunnel wall seemed to disintegrate. Sam came back.
Kane says to get a move on. You can see up top where the ground is sinking. Shit.
Knotting a loop in the rope, he fed it into the hole and over the drop-off.
Faye, I'm lowering the rope.
All right. From deep in the cave there came a rumble. Faye screamed. Shadow could hear the rock falling down.
Grab the rope!
The order was for Sam and for Faye. From above, Tracker called,
Move! What's happening?
He shouted.
It's collapsing from the other end!
Kane shouted back.
Faye, get that rope around you.
She didn't answer immediately.
Faye?
I've got it.
Pull!
Shadow shouted up the hill.
Slow and steady,
Sam corrected, backing up, giving them room. Shadow stretched into the hole, fighting back the horror as the wooden braces cut into his side. As long as he was in this hole, Faye had a way out, and Faye was getting out. He felt the touch of her fingers, the brush of her hand. Locking his fingers around her wrist, he breathed a sigh of relief.
I've got you.
Her fingers locked around his. And I've got you. For a second, they hung like that, him holding her holding him. Shadow couldn't see Faye's face, but he could feel her pulse beneath his thumb. It was racing.
I won't let you go.
You have before.
Never again.
She shoved something at him over the lip of the ledge.
What's that?
A book Daniels kept, documenting all his schemes. He was a very vain man. He saw himself as a hero. It will free you.
Stop pushing that thing at me.
It will free you.
What I want free is you.
Shadow!
Give me the damn thing.
Do not lose it. Stuffing the book in his shirt, he cut her off.
Brace your feet against the wall and try to keep straight until you can see the hole. Then lie down and we'll drag you through.
I want to tell you.
Tell me when we're clear.
But I wish you to know.
You hate me. I heard you.
I don't.
Pull!
He hollered before Faye could say more. He inched backward along with the rope, staying in the hole as long as he could, unwilling to leave her exposed any longer than possible. The scariest moment he ever lived was the one when he had to let go of her hand.
Don't let go of that rope, Faye, no matter what.
I won't.
Back on out now, Shadow,
Kane called.
Pull!
Shadow called, pressing back against the wall, holding the lantern above his head. It was a tight fit, but she'd make it.
God damn it, Shadow, get out first!
Not without Faye.
Get her out of here!
The rope pulled taut. Inch by inch, Faye came over the ledge. Above them, the cave groaned loud and long. A death cry. There was no more time.
Haul her out, now!
They did. Faye went, speeding by him like a stick riding a hard current. For a brief moment, he saw her eyes and the accusation there, before her shoulder hit a rock and she turned the other way. He told himself it didn't matter how she felt. She was safe. She'd get over it. He'd done the right thing. It didn't help.
We've got her,
Sam hollered.
Now haul your ass out of there.
He started working backward. Rocks sprayed down, first small and then bigger. A sprinkle to a torrent, pounding him with the force of fists. Dirt and debris slammed his skull into the ground and began filling in the holes around him, beginning to entomb him in a slow, steady trickle. He couldn't move. Shadow! Faye. His Faye.
Someone grab her! Don't let her back in there!
He heard someone shout.
God damn, she's quick!
Something touched his leg, grabbed his ankle. Shadow, move! Faye? She wasn't supposed to be there.
Get out!
A rope slipped around his ankles. Pull! She screamed.
You first,
he whispered, pushing back with his hands.
Get safe.
Faye didn't answer. He didn't know where she was. Was she out?
Get out.
The tugging at his feet increased and he slid along. He tried to twist around. He caught a glimpse of her at his feet, guiding the rope. He saw the cracks start to break across the ceiling, saw the end coming. Pushing up on his hands, he lunged for her, kicking as hard as he could, knocking her through the opening and into the light. Live! Chapter 17. That night, Shadow stood at the window of one of the hotel rooms they'd rented. Pulling back the curtain with 2 fingers, he watched the street below. There was nothing untoward. No men lurked in strategic locations. No women hung in windows. All there was were the normal comings and goings of a sleepy town on Sunday evening. Which was good. From the looks of things, he'd have time to rest and heal up. A twinge in his shoulder had him rubbing it and rotating it in a small circle. There wasn't a muscle in his body that didn't ache. He was bruised from head to toe and would likely be stiff for several days. But as it was a miracle he wasn't dead, he wasn't complaining. The memory of being in that cave would be with him a long time. The moment when the cave collapsed and Faye had been in the path of all that falling rock would haunt him to the grave. There were moments in a man's life that define the right and wrong of his grasp on the world. That moment had been one for him. He'd always thought himself a cold-blooded killer, a man in whom the softer emotions had long since been beaten out. But in that moment when he'd watched the ceiling crack and known Faye would die if he didn't get her out, he'd seen with crystal clarity his one thing. He loved Faye. For a man who'd thought he was empty inside, it was quite a revelation. It also scared the shit out of him. He wasn't sure what Faye saw in that moment, but in the aftermath, she'd been madder than a hornet. As soon as they'd pulled him out and she'd been certain he was alive, she'd spun on her heel and demanded to be taken home. When she'd learned they couldn't take her home until they knew what mischief the colonel had left in his wake, she'd huffed and demanded to be taken to a hotel, away from him. She'd gotten half her wish. They were in a hotel a day away from Barren Ridge, 4 days away from Hell's 8. Faye had studiously avoided him on the ride, seeming to gravitate to Tucker, riding with him, and talking to him to the point Shadow had felt a bite of jealousy. Another new emotion, and one he'd never felt before. He didn't particularly want to feel it right now when his emotions felt like raw meat sizzling on a fire. She hadn't even said thank you. Then again, neither had he. He ran his fingers through his hair. Maybe he was a little one-sided at times with how he saw things. Movement in the street below caught his eye. A familiar figure dressed in black drew his attention. Faye. He'd recognized that demure bring-on-the-world walk anywhere. She was supposed to be resting in her room. What was she doing out? She was moving at a fast pace, looking nervously over her shoulder as she stepped up onto the wooden walk on the far side of the street, heading toward the saloon? Where was Tucker? He was supposed to be watching her. Disregarding the impact to her reputation, there was no end of trouble Faye could get into in a saloon. Just when he was about to head down and drag her home, and to hell with the risk of being recognized by someone, she came out. Her step seemed lighter, and that might have been a smile on her face. What was she up to? She crossed the street and disappeared out of sight onto a storefront. He couldn't see what kind of shop it was from here. If he remembered correctly, it might just have been a dry goods store. He waited for her to come out, scanning the surroundings constantly for any threat. His patience wore thin when 10 minutes passed and there was still no sign of her. He pounded on the wall. "Tracker!" After a moment, Tracker entered the room, bare-chested, stretching and yawning. Clearly he'd been asleep. He stopped inside the door. "You pounded?" Shadow continued to look out the window. "Faye is out." Tracker cocked an eyebrow at him. "And?" "She's up to something. She's not a prisoner." Shadow checked the street again. Still no sign of her. "She gets into trouble. She's a grown woman. That just means she gets into bigger trouble." Tracker leaned his shoulder against the wall.
She seemed to handle herself just fine with Daniels."
Shadow let the curtain drop and turned around.
"She blew up a damn cavern while she was in it."
Tracker shrugged.
"And walked out alive. If we hadn't been there, she wouldn't have. But we were there. And isn't it the Hell's 8 motto that any plan that ends with us walking out alive is a good one? It's not hers."
Tracker sat on the bed and leaned back against the headboard and just shook his head.
"What are you staring at?"
Shadow demanded.
You've really got it bad, don't you?" "What?" "Love."
Panic flared in Shadow's gut.
"Don't say that."
If it wasn't said, fate couldn't feel tempted, and she wouldn't be hurt.
"I am not in love with Faye." "Bullshit."
Shadow set his jaw.
"She deserves better." "Where do you think she's going to find that?" "Her uncles have found her someone."
That gave Tracker pause.
"Her uncles?" "Yes." "Found? As in, we went shopping for canned goods and look what we found for you along the way?" "Arranged marriages are tradition among her people. So is kidnapping among ours. Doesn't mean I hold with it. Just drop it, Tracker." "I don't think I will. You dragged me out of a good sleep for this parlay, so I think I've got some room to ask questions. The first one being just what exactly makes this man so desirable?" "Her uncle said he's of good family, owns several dry goods stores, and is generally stable."
He left out the part about Faye being second wife.
"He sounds as boring as hell. Faye will be safe there."
Tracker laughed out loud and shook his head.
"Have you met your wife, Shadow? The woman plays with dynamite."
The nudge of truth was unwelcome.
"She probably isn't my wife."
Tracker sat up a little straighter.
"Did you sleep with her?" "That's none of your business." "I'll ask a different way, then. Are you using her?" "Hell no." "Then she's your wife."
And yet it touches me. Faye had been miles from him, and his past had found her, putting her in danger. Married, it would be a constant way of life.
"No promises were made." "How convenient."
Tracker's drawl deepened with disgust. Not something he was used to hearing in his brother's voice when it came to him.
"Son of a bitch, Tracker. She doesn't want to be married." "I don't blame her. A woman likes to know her husband knows his own mind." "I know my mind."
Tracker went back to leaning against the headboard.
"Part of it, anyway."
Shadow was in no mood for this.
"What the hell are you implying?"
There was a long pause. Tracker ran his hand through his hair, something he only did when uncomfortable. His lips thinned and his gaze narrowed the smallest bit.
"We should have talked about this long ago."
It was Shadow's turn to push his hair off his face.
"No." "Yes."
Tracker shook his head.
"It doesn't do any good to pretend it's not there. We were kids, and now we're not. But sometimes I think the old man is still there behind me, belt in hand, ready to tear apart the smallest good I find."
Shadow took another step into the center of the room, another step toward Tracker.
"Stop it."
Tracker stood then, the same legacy of hate in his eyes.
"I was there, Shadow. I know exactly what it's like to wonder why your father hates you, to try not to love because you know whatever it is will be hurt. I know that feeling of failure that settles into your gut when you love despite yourself and he found out. The inability to save what you loved. I remember the beatings, the hate. Hell, I took beatings for you and you for me. Beatings we got for no other reason than we wouldn't turn on each other. We survived, and we've both got the scars to prove it."
Shadow hated the child he'd been then. Too weak to save his brother, his dog, his cat, his mother. He'd sworn never to be that weak again. Tracker took a step forward, close enough to touch. Shadow couldn't bring himself to reach out, bridge that gap.
"That was a long time ago."
Tracker put his hand on Shadow's shoulder.
Yeah, but sometimes when I wake up in the middle of the night, I'm still there.
Shadow took a step back, away from the comfort that felt like weakness.
The old man has a long arm. It's getting shorter.
Not in Shadow's experience.
Why?
Tracker folded his arms across his chest and dropped the name like a challenge.
Ari.
His wife. The woman who'd brought the sun to Tracker's world and the darkness to his. A lot had changed between them when Tracker had found his wife. A lot had been lost.
She does love you. You finally believe that? I wouldn't have killed Amboy the way I did if I didn't. Uh-huh.
Tracker dropped his hands to his sides. The easy camaraderie that was always between them frayed under the strain of the changes of the past year and a half.
I want to thank you for that gift. And then, I want you to take it back.
Well, Shadow didn't want this. He wanted his brother the way he used to be.
Is this where you tell me you're going to kick my ass?
Tracker's eyes narrowed.
I wasn't planning on it, but you're fast changing my mind.
Shadow ran his hand through his hair and shook his head. He was too tired to fight tonight.
Just tell me what this gift is you want me to take back. Get it over with. You killed Amboy to give me Ari.
He'd killed Amboy so his brother could be happy.
Happy birthday.
Tracker's mouth thinned. A sure sign he was about to start swinging. Some part of Shadow took perverse satisfaction at getting under his brother's skin.
I want you to take it back,
Tracker said.
Amboy will be stinking to high heaven by now. Sure you want me digging him up?
No. An expression Shadow'd never seen before crossed his brother's face. Utter weariness, mixed with defeat? Shit, nothing ever defeated Tracker. He was a fighter. The one Shadow could always count on to knock heads rather than glasses. By rights, Shadow should be swallowing teeth.
Tracker?
Tracker shook his head, cutting him off with a wave of his hand.
I don't give a shit about Amboy. But if you can find where you buried my brother, I'll take him back any way he comes.
Shadow stood there as Tracker turned away, feeling his pain like a new cut as it mixed with his own. It had always been he and Tracker against the world. Even within the camaraderie of the Hell's Eight, they had been a separate entity. Tracker had been his anchor, and he Tracker's. Until Ari. When Tracker found Ari, that had all changed. It was no longer Tracker and Shadow. The bond had shifted. Broken. He didn't begrudge his brother his happiness, but he wasn't going to get in the way of it.
You have Ari now,
he called, stopping Tracker before he reached the door.
Yes.
Tracker didn't look back.
You're happy with her?
Yes.
Good. It is.
This time, Tracker turned. His expression was as impassive as Shadow had ever seen it.
And not to pop your swelled head, but there's nothing you could do to ruin that. Really? She seemed a bit testy when I was around. You know her history. You know why. You just didn't stick around long enough for her to stop being afraid. You ran.
He was getting damn tired of people accusing him of running.
What do you want from me, Tracker? I want you to understand it's not either or, Shadow. Any choice like that is unnatural. But if push came to shove and I had to choose between you and Ari, I'd choose Ari.
Shadow flinched at the blatant truth.
Of course.
Tracker opened the door and glanced back, holding Shadow's gaze, letting him see his pain and frustration, his anger.
The exact same way you'd choose Faye.
The exact same way you'd choose Faye. The truth hit Shadow with the force of a sledgehammer. Tracker was right. If he had to choose, he would choose Faye, because she was his future, his better half. because that was the way it was supposed to be. But loving Faye didn't mean he loved his brother less. He toyed with the understanding, poking it from different angles, checking it against what he'd always assumed. Whenever he tried to take Tracker out of the equation, it didn't add up. The same thing happened when he tried to take Faye out. They both belonged in his life. They were both necessary. And he understood. Adding Faye to his life was like adding another room to the house. It didn't ruin the structure, just created more space to be enjoyed.
It's not either or.
No, it wasn't. It had just taken him a lot longer than most to realize. He rapped on the wall. Tracker didn't rap back. Shit. He pulled on his shirt. It was going to be up to him to mend this fence. Before he could leave, a knock came at the door. Palming his knife, Shadow leaned back against the wall beside the door.
Who is it?
Faye. He opened the door. Faye stood there dressed in a pretty white dress with blue flowers. Obviously new. She blinked as she took in his open shirt. Her gaze dropped to his pants, and they widened. She licked her lips. Following her gaze, he saw his pants were unbuttoned.
Sorry.
Her hand came over his. Don't button them on my account. He didn't know what to make of that.
Tracker just took me to task for taking advantage of you.
Your brother needs to mind his own business.
I'll tell him you said so.
Please do not. She was just a little afraid of Tracker. He smiled. May I come in? He stepped back. She breezed in. She had that same bounce in her step that she'd had leaving the saloon. He scanned the lay of her dress for any betraying bulges. She didn't appear to be packing any dynamite.
What are you up to, Faye?
What makes you think I must be up to something?
What were you doing in the saloon?
You were spying.
I was just watching the street.
I ordered a tub for us. One big enough you can soak. It was the only place that had one.
Son of a bitch.
The woman never stopped surprising him. What did you think I was doing? She asked.
I had no idea.
She took a step closer. But you worried.
Yes.
Why? There was no hope for it. The woman had ordered him a tub. He had to fess up.
Because last time we talked, you said you hated me.
She sighed. I tried to correct that, but you wouldn't let me.
I was busy.
And I was mad.
Why?
You don't listen.
I listen. I just don't agree.
If the only words you hear are the ones you agree with, then you don't listen. She had him there.
You're right.
She blinked. I am? He nodded.
I've recently come to the conclusion that I can be a pig-headed
ass, she finished for him.
Yeah.
She smiled and smoothed her hand up his forearm. I have decided you cannot help it. You are very protective.
Is that what you're calling it?
Yes, to the point you protect the ones you love from yourself.
Uh-huh.
But Shadow?
What?
She took that step in that brought her thighs against his. She placed her palms against his chest, connecting them. I do not want to be protected from you. He should push her away. Instead, he brought her closer, sliding his fingers through her hair, savoring the feel of her body against his, opening his senses to the feel of her, the scent of her, the reality of her.
You should.
Only if you want to be protected from me? Hell no.
Not a chance. What other woman is going to march into my room and tell me to leave my pants unbuttoned, invite me to take advantage of her, and inform me that I love her?
I did not tell you you loved me.
You implied it.
That is not the same.
Very true.
She waited. He knew what she wanted. The words clogged in his throat. Smoothing his thumb over her lips, he shook his head.
I'm sorry.
Her smile faltered. You cannot say it?
I want to.
Why? He didn't want her to know that part of his past, that ugly part of him.
No good ever came of it.
Are you telling me I am wrong? He didn't know how to answer that. She touched a bruise on his chest, tracing the shape with her fingertip. Her tongue peeked out between her teeth. Her head cocked to the side as she looked into his eyes, everything she felt inside visible in her expression. Desire, uncertainty, love. So much love. If you cannot tell me, can you show me?
Oh, hell yes.
He could show her. With pressure on the nape of her neck, he brought her up to her toes.
Come here.
Her hands slid up over his shoulders, wrapping around his neck, pulling him down. Gladly. The passion surged as always, hard and demanding, almost angry in its intensity. Can you show me? He stopped. Could he? He knew how to show Faye passion. Could he show her love? Closing his eyes, he willed the lust back and sought the emotion beneath, finding at its core the softness, the lush center. Gently as he could, he touched his lips to hers, bringing that lushness to the heat, fitting the edges of his lips to hers, pressing lightly, lingeringly, holding the moment as long as he could before doing it again, just as softly, just as lingeringly. She sighed and melted against him, as sweet as a summer breeze, her breath fluttering against his cheek as he turned his attention to the side of her neck. Oh, my. He'd never heard that combination of wonder and bliss in her voice before. He liked it. He liked knowing he was the one who put it there.
Can you feel it, honey?
I think so.
Think wasn't good enough. He wanted her to know it. I guess I'll have to try harder.
She tilted her head to the side. Please do. He chuckled and nibbled a bit, still keeping it light. Beneath the surface, lust writhed with impatience. He pushed it back, because this was new for him, too. He'd never consciously made love to a woman before. The first time should be with Faye. Shadow, she moaned as he caught her earlobe between his teeth and bit down just enough to send that shiver down her spine.
Yes?
I can't stand while you do this. He did it again, just to check if she was telling the truth. Her knees collapsed. He caught her easily. With a laugh, he swung her up in his arms. The door. He kicked it closed. She smiled and ducked her head. Thank you.
You have a beautiful smile, Faye. Don't hide it from me.
He sat her on the bed, resting one knee by her hip before easing her back, following her down as she went, smiling the whole way. God damn, he loved her.
Faye.
Cupping her breast through her dress, he found her nipple. With a light pass, he brought it to life. She gasped. He did it again.
Do you like that?
Oh, yes.
Tell me how it feels.
Like a wonderful door opening to something better.
I like that.
So do I. Cupping his face in her hands, she whispered, My dragon.
What is it with you and dragons?
They are magical, mythical creatures that fill me with wonder. She said those things so easily, exposed her heart so easily. As you do.
Faye.
What? He shook his head.
Just... Faye.
Her smile broadened. Kiss me again. He did, gladly, the desire working past his control, demanding more than light touches, adding fire to the softness, burn to the heat. He wanted her breast in his hand, her skin against his.
I need you out of these clothes.
Oh, yes. Her hands beat his to the buttons on her dress. One by one they popped open. He traced the ever-widening V with his fingers, following the lapel to her breasts as she spread them open, lingering on the peak of her breasts, circling the nipple before following the same path back and repeating the procedure on the other side. teasing her until she shifted and arched, moaning himself at the sweet presentation. "Shadow?"
"Yes?"
"Just that." She smiled and ran her hands up her torso. That smile did all sorts of crazy things to his insides. Still smiling, she pulled her camisole down, exposing her breasts to his hungry gaze. "And maybe this." His cock throbbed, and his control slipped further.
"Honey, I'm not going to be able to give you what you want if you keep that up."
Cupping her hands under her breasts, she plumped them to his gaze. "I told you, Shadow, I do not want you to protect me from yourself."
"It's not protection."
She pinched the nipples lightly, sighing as goosebumps raced over her skin. His fingers closed in envy. "Then what?" He didn't know how to say it.
"I want you to hear me."
Her eyes opened. "I've always heard you, even when I didn't like what you had to say. You love me, Shadow, as I love you."
"Son of a bitch."
Catching her hands, he brought them up around his neck, feeling the smiles start deep inside, blending with the heat to something new, something good, something better. "Come breathe your fire on me, dragon," she whispered in his ear. Shadow took her at her word, sliding his arm under her back, arching her up, taking her nipple into his mouth, closing his lips around it, sucking gently, then harder, whipping his tongue over the receptive surface, keeping her put when she would have twisted away, giving her what she asked for. All the fire she brought out in him.
"That's it,"
he encouraged as she wrapped her fingers in his hair, holding him to her as she cried out with pleasure.
"Burn for me."
"I am." Out of the corner of his eye, he could see her other nipple, plump and pouting, kneading. He transferred his attention, with a soft growl capturing the soft bud in the heat of his mouth, loving it until it was as hard as the other. "Shadow! Oh my God, Shadow!" He knew how she felt. He ached right along with her, needed right along with her, desired right along with her. He touched the tip of his finger to the tip of her breast, pressing gently.
"Just a little more."
"I can't take any more."
"Yes, you can."
With a tug, he transferred her hips to the edge of the bed, pushing the material of her skirt up and out of the way. He untied her pantaloons and slid them off her hips. For a second, he just admired, touching her pussy with the tips of his fingers, tracing the crease down, his fingers gliding easily along the slick folds, testing until he felt the bump of her clit. Dropping to his knees, he brought her legs over his shoulders. Her scent surrounded him. His mouth watered. His cock throbbed. His heart pounded in his chest. His blood thickened in his veins. She smelled of soap and sweet desire. So sweet.
"Very pretty."
Faye grabbed her skirts and yanked them over her head. "Don't look."
"Honey, nothing could keep me from looking."
She moaned in protest. He laughed and didn't care. All he needed was splayed before him in a delectable feast. Pink, swollen, and eager. He kissed the soft pad. She squealed and gasped. Her thighs fell open. Very eager. Parting her with his thumb and forefinger, he blew gently across her moist folds. She shivered. Her fingers twisted in his hair, pulling him in. She didn't have to worry. He wasn't going anywhere. Not for a long time. The first pass of his tongue had her gasping, the second stiffening, the third holding absolutely still.
"Right there?"
"Oh, God!" Nuzzling in, he lapped at her pussy, swirling his tongue through her juices, finding her engorged clit easily, capturing it between his lips, holding it for the rasp of his tongue, the swirl of the tip. "Oh, yes! Shadow!" Her hips bucked, her fingers tightened. Easing his hand between them, he tested her vagina. She was tight, wet, ready. He slipped his finger into the slick channel, groaning as it immediately clamped down, imagining all that feminine heat clasping his cock in an intimate embrace. Sucking at her clit, he brought her higher, pumping his finger in and out of her tight channel, keeping the rhythm steady, pacing it to the lift of her hips, the pant of her breaths. "Shadow!" As she quivered and arched, he changed his mind. He didn't want her coming like this. He wanted to feel her come on his cock, wanted to enjoy those hard contractions before they mellowed to pleasant ripples that hugged him as tightly as her arms, to feel her sigh of satisfaction against his skin as he held her in the beauty of the aftermath. He couldn't wait any longer. With a last kiss to her clit, he drew back. Pushing down his pants, he lodged himself between her thighs. His cock nestled in the well of her vagina. With a slow push, he entered that first little bit. The delicate muscles clenched in a kiss of welcome. She was sweet, so wild, so his. Bending her knees, she cradled him to her. With a lift of her hips, she invited him in.
"Look at me, Faye."
Her lids lifted slowly. Weaving his fingers through hers, he pinned her hands beside her head.
"Let me see it happen."
With a slow push, he forged in, savoring the sensation of the silky walls caressing his cock, holding her gaze as she held his, watching her breath catch and her pupils dilate, knowing she was watching him just as closely. She'd asked him to show her, and he didn't know how else to let her know how it felt to have her in his life. The smiles she brought, the peace she brought, the happiness. She took him all, squeezing him deep within her, shivering with the desire that always arced between them, whispering with tenderness, "My shadow." Leaning down, he kissed her lips the way they'd begun, sweetness and fire.
"My Faye."
"Yes, yours."
"Always."
Her legs wrapped around his waist, her heels pressed into his hips.
"Son of a bitch."
She was stealing his control. "Please, Shadow, love me, now."
"I am."
"I love the sweetness, but—" She leaned up and nipped his chest. "I need the fire. I love your fire." And that fast, the flames burned out of his control. She ground up, he ground down, giving her all he had, taking all she gave, wanting more, needing more. Freeing one hand, he brought it between them, centering his thumb on her clit, rubbing firmly as she cried out, "Oh, my God!" His balls pulled tight. A tingling grew in the base of his spine. He wasn't going to last, but he wanted her with him, always. She thrashed beneath him in an agony of pleasure. So close, he could tell. So close. He continued to rub her clit.
"What do you need?"
"You," she moaned.
"How?"
"Hard." Digging her heels into the mattress, she thrust up. "I need you hard."
Hell, he needed that too. "Deep."
"Yes."
He drove in.
She cried out, digging her heels into his back, arching up with her hips, pulling him down with her arms, begging for his kiss, begging for more. He gave her all he had, loving her hard and deep, matching her kiss for kiss, taking her cries as his, her breaths as his, giving her back his moans, his whisper of her name, giving her everything he had in an explosion that shook him to his core. His Faye, his life. And then, in a whisper only she could hear, he gave her that last piece of himself he'd thought lost so long ago.
"God damn, Faye. I love you."
Chapter 18. When the soft knock came at the door, Faye didn't know whether to curse or cheer. It had to be the bath she'd ordered. After several hours of lovemaking, she could use a good soak. But soaking meant breaking the tender peace between her and Shadow. There was so much they had yet to discuss. Things that were bound to make him angry. She sighed and snuggled her cheek into his shoulder one last time. The world never wanted to stay away for long. The knock came again. When she would have slid out of bed, Shadow lightly covered her mouth with his hand. Turning his head, he whispered in her ear,
"Stand to the left of the door. and ask who it is." A voice came from the hallway. "You ordered a bath, ma'am?" Faye slid out of bed, taking the quilt with her to cover herself. The room was registered to her. It was logical they would assume only she was in it. She whispered to Shadow, "It is our bath water." Shadow's expression remained tense, on guard. "Do as I say." Her bow was an instinctive response to an order, which annoyed her, but not to the extent she would foolishly disregard Shadow's precautions. She'd seen for herself how innocent-looking people could be evil. Doing as told, she called out, "Who is it?" "You ordered a bath from end of the trail?" "This is the saloon?" "Yes, ma'am." There was nothing in the man's voice to elicit suspicion. She looked at Shadow. He stood by the bed, pistols in hand. "Unlock the door and step back," he whispered. Out of the line of fire, she realized. The hairs on the back of her neck stood on end. "Coming!" She quickly lifted the bar and moved to the left, against the wall next to the nightstand. Another glance at Shadow. At his nod, she called, "Come in!" The door opened without fanfare. A man came in carrying 2 buckets of steaming water. He barely spared her a look as he turned and backed the last couple steps in. "Bring that tub in, boys, and be careful you don't nick the walls while you're at it." 2 boys, not yet old enough to be sprouting beards, carried in a massive copper tub. Excitement leaped in Faye for a completely different reason. It had been so long since she'd had a real bath. "Where do you—" The sight of Shadow standing there in nothing but pants and pistols clearly gave the man pause, but not for long. Not taking his eyes off Shadow, he finished, "Where do you want it, ma'am?" There was only one place where it would fit. "Where you are standing." "You heard the lady." The boy set the tub down with a bang. "Son of a bitch! If you dent that tub, Jimmy is going to have your asses skinned." The boys jumped back. The man poured the first bucket of water into the tub. "Now go get the rest of the hot water up here, and don't be spilling it on the way." The boys rushed out of the room. "It'll just take a few trips to have this full," he added in a much softer tone to her. She bowed before she could catch herself. She. The man's eyes narrowed. His expression changed in subtle ways. The sound of a pistol cocking snapped his head around. With a flick of one of the muzzles, Shadow indicated the door. "My wife would like that bath sooner rather than later." The respect that had slipped quickly came back to the man's expression. "Of course." He poured the second bucket of water into the tub and left. As soon as the door closed, she said, "He did not find it so shocking a white woman was with you." "I imagine he sees all kinds of things."
"But when I revealed my ancestry, he lost much respect."
"People get full notions."
"Shadow?" she said, coming to his side.
"What?"
She liked the way he set one pistol down on the table and immediately tucked her in. "I am not hurt. I am annoyed."
"Ah, want to borrow my pistol?"
He was smiling. She could hear it in his voice. Looking up, she could see it on his face. Her Shadow was smiling. Not an ear-to-ear grin, he was too contained for that, but a genuine smile that showed off his nice teeth, that showed the man he could have been if the past had been different. She couldn't help but smile back. "I would rather fetch my dynamite."
"Hell no,"
he swore as he tipped her face up.
"You'll blow a hole in the tub, and the thought of a real bath is too tempting to pass up."
She feigned disappointment as his hair fell around her face in a silken caress. His lips brushed hers, the sulfur to her fuse. "But I would enjoy it." Sliding his fingers through her hair, he tilted her head slightly, smiling differently as she shivered with anticipation. She so did love his kisses.
"You'll enjoy the bath more,"
he promised with a growl that just made her shiver again and wrap her arms around his neck. "You are probably right." He was right. Faye did enjoy the bath more, both the love-making and the soak. And this moment, she decided, snuggling deeper into his embrace, she liked even better. Sitting before him in the tub, resting back against his chest, feeling his arms surround her with the same thoroughness of the water, feeling the peace around them both. This was a moment of heaven. Cupping her breast in his hand, Shadow sighed contentedly.
This was a damn good idea, woman.
Thank you. His thumb passed over her nipple, stirring memories of the passion just spent. It was her turn to sigh. You always make me feel so good. His grip tightened slightly.
I could say the same.
Water sloshed in gentle waves as Faye turned on her side to better see his face. His expression was a revelation. You are nervous.
I can hear a but tucked inside all that contentment.
She was not surprised. There were many worries on her mind. It scared me when you had me answer the door.
Just a precaution.
She slid her hand up his chest. A necessary one, I understand, but what if there had been problems? What if you had been hurt? Where would I go?
Hell's 8.
This place that even you will not call home? How would it be home for me?
Tia would make sure you were welcome.
Who is this Tia?
Tia saved our asses. Without her, we would have starved to death or been shot for stealing.
Another strong woman in Shadow's life. Shadow hadn't said, but she had the impression his mother had not been so strong. How did this happen? His big hand cupped her shoulder.
Now's not the time for sad tales.
I would know you, husband.
You know all that's worth knowing.
I do not know this. He cocked an eyebrow at her.
Stubborn little thing, aren't you?
She didn't answer, just held his gaze until he gave her what she wanted. The smile left his eyes.
The Mexican army invaded our town.
Why?
Because it was ripe for the picking. Because they could. Because they had an urge to spill a little blood. Take your pick.
She winced and rubbed her hand over his chest, the old scars abrading her palm in a reprimand. This was painful for him. I am sorry. I will not interrupt again. Shadow caught her hand and brought it to his lips.
I told you this wasn't the time.
She had a feeling there would be no other. The time is fine. It is my interrupting that is wrong.
Faye.
She cut him off. I would know this of you.
Then listen up, because I'm not telling it again.
She nodded.
The army came one afternoon. Tracker and I were out hunting. There was no warning. They just rode in and started killing.
How old were you? His face set in hard lines.
11, 12, old enough to kill.
A child fighting men. You were brave.
We were pissed. Bravery didn't come into it. By the time we worked our way to the Allens, it was too late.
An emotion crossed his face she didn't understand. Too late for what?
To do a goddamn thing.
Guilt. The expression on his face was guilt. You were a child. His eyes were old and haunted when they met hers.
She was good to Tracker and I.
Who?
Mrs. Allen, Kane's mother. She was always good to us, never asking questions, just always there with food and medicine. And hugs.
He shook his head as if that were the most amazing thing.
She always gave us hugs.
You were perhaps a very sweet boy. He looked at her as if she'd lost her mind.
Hell, Tracker and I were little better than animals then. All we knew how to do was get mad and kill.
She doubted that. The man she knew was not created for nothing. Thank you for seeing his softness. She sent the prayer to the unknown woman who had been so much to an unwanted child. To Shadow, she said, and love. You loved her.
Did we?
She had no doubt. It is in your voice.
Maybe. I carried around a whole lot of anger back then.
He shook his head.
The woman was good to everyone, and they raped her and gutted her like an animal, leaving her in the dirt like she was nothing.
You found her?
I don't remember who did the finding. Just the promise.
What promise?
To make them pay.
The warm water couldn't prevent the shiver that raced down her spine. Who made the promise?
Those of us who survived.
Hell's 8, she whispered. He lifted her out of the tub.
Yes.
She grabbed a towel. And Tia? He stood in the tub unabashedly naked as water dripped down his hard body.
We found Tia on our way to keeping that promise.
She was good to you? Shadow laughed.
At first, she threatened to skin us alive.
I do not understand.
For all our big talk. We were just kids, and we hadn't much in the way of weapons or food. The Mexicans had laid waste to the area. No one wanted to take in 8 boys with a hell of a lot of anger and appetites to match.
Except Tia, she guessed.
Except Tia. She kept us civilized.
She gave you a home.
That too.
You love her. There was a pause as if to confess such a thing was bad luck, and then,
yes.
Handing Shadow a towel, Faye guessed, She is one of the reasons you won't go home? He stepped out of the tub and rubbed the towel across his chest.
She's always been good to me.
The same words he'd used to describe Kane's mother. The other woman he'd loved. The one who'd been murdered. Picking up the other towel, she dried herself with deliberate care before saying, It wasn't your fault, what happened to Kane's mother. He threw the towel into the chair with enough force to make her jump. His expression was harder than she'd ever seen, and for the first time, she felt the force of his anger.
What the hell do you know about it?
He wanted her to back away, to leave him with his anger, to leave this wound untended. She took a step forward instead, placing her hand on his chest, feeling him flinch in the jump of his skin. Such an old wound to be so raw. I know you did all that you could, my husband. I know you fought with force and honor to defend those you loved. But I also know a child cannot stop an army. His fingers wrapped around her wrist.
The hell we couldn't. We could have warned them. We saw the signs. With a little more warning.
She cut him off, resisting the pull on her arm. She would not let him sever this connection. Looking up into his face, braving his pain and anger, she laid out the truth. They still would have died.
God damn it!
She shook her head. You cannot control the world, husband. Good and bad will happen as it wills. The how and when is not under your control.
The hell it's not.
He needed to accept this. You sent me away to save me. Instead, you sent me into your enemy's hands.
I sent you with your uncles.
You tried to force me into a life you thought would suit me.
I wanted you safe.
And I wanted to live.
I made a choice.
Yes, which you forced upon me. Was the result as you wished? He ran his fingers through his hair. His grip tightened on her wrist to near pain. She didn't move, watching the anger inside him ride his frustration to greater heights.
Only because you didn't stay put.
Because you didn't listen to what I wanted.
God damn it, Faye!
It was a dangerous game she played now. She only had her belief in the man that said he would not lash out at her. God does not damn me. You do, with your belief that you can control everything that cannot be controlled. His grip reached pain.
I can control you.
She glanced pointedly at her wrist. As you control yourself now? He dropped her arm as if it was fire and took a step back. The wall he put between them was supposed to keep her from following. She stepped through it, braving his anger. Placing her hand on his chest, she whispered, You said you loved me, Shadow.
My kind of love you don't need.
I disagree. He grabbed her hand, tilted her wrist up. The marks of his fingers branded her skin.
This is who I am.
He wanted her to run. She left her hand in his. No. This is you fighting who you are.
And who might that be?
She took that step closer that brought them skin to skin. A man who has seen too much. A man who loves. A man who would shelter those he loves from the bad of what he's seen.
Shit.
He was no longer pulling away. Did he think she had learned nothing of him during their time together? Sliding her hands up his chest, she whispered, I would not change that part of you, husband. I would just change the belief you have that if you can control everything, if you take all the risk, then nothing bad will happen to those you love.
I've been doing fine until now.
She shook her head. Everyone has their destiny. You cannot shape it for them. You can only decide how much you want to be part of it.
Is this your father's belief?
She nodded, accepting the pain of his loss, choosing to remember how he'd been years ago. Before illness took him, he had much wisdom.
Uh-huh.
Now he was just being difficult. My people believe that in all things there must be balance. The power of love goes both ways. You cannot be the only force. He immediately bristled.
You're saying I can't protect those I love?
I am saying you cannot deny those that love you their need to protect you.
I don't need protecting.
Faye shoved him backward to the bed. Surprise alone gave her the advantage. She pressed on, climbing onto the bed, pushing on his shoulders until he lay back on the mattress. It was a measure of his love that he allowed her this moment of power. It was not in Shadow's nature to be vulnerable, she knew. Straddling his hips, she braced herself on his chest. Being protected does not mean you are weak.
What the hell would you have it mean?
She wanted to cuff him upside the head. Dragons were the most stubborn of creatures. She kissed him instead, hard at first as frustration paced ahead of desire. Against her hip, his cock rose. Against her chest, his heart beat. His strong, loyal, passionate heart. Inside her, tenderness welled, pushing out the frustration. It means you are loved. Such a simple truth he fought so hard against.
Shit.
That fast, his anger left. And that fast, she was on her back with her husband looking down at her with the same combination of frustration and love she'd felt a moment before. And just as it happened with her, she watched the love take over, softening his mouth, his expression.
What do you want from me, Faye?
A question, not a demand. A gift to her. She cupped his face in her hand. Such a strong man. A giving man. Her man. She drew her thumb over his lips the way he did to her. His eyes narrowed and his cock jerked. He liked it, too. I want you to promise, to try to remember, love must flow both ways to survive.
You don't ask much.
I only ask that you try. His eyes narrowed and his gaze dipped to her breasts. A tingle went through her. A glance down revealed her desire showed in the hard tips.
Anything else?
He drawled. Yes. She shifted on the mattress, arching her back, drawing her nails lightly across his nape, hearing his catch of breath with an internal smile. She loved that he found such pleasure in her. After you promise, I want you to make love to me. The bed dipped as he changed position, propping himself beside her. His big hand cradled her breast, squeezing lightly, sending rivulets of sensation trickling through her in a lazy prelude to the fire he commanded so easily.
I can do that.
Slipping her hand between her nipple and his mouth, she asked, Do I have your promise?
Yes, damn it. I'll try.
He pushed her hand aside before growling against her breast.
Now come here.
She went, as she always would, with love. They didn't knock, just slipped into the hotel room like ghosts in the calm of pre-dawn. 3, maybe 4 intruders. Shadow eased Faye to the side and palmed his knife from under the pillow. A hand came over his, pinning his arm to the bed. He knew that voice.
Tucker, what the hell? You won't need that.
Pressure on his wrist forced his hand open. Glass rattled as someone struck a sulfur and lit the lamp. The scent of kerosene tainted the air as the room filled with a warm glow. Tucker's expression was grim as he relieved Shadow of the knife.
What's going on?
Shadow? Faye asked, huddling shyly into his back and pulling the quilt up over her shoulders. What is happening?
I don't have a clue. Nothing to be scared of, ma'am,
Zack said, tipping his hat.
We've just got to get something settled.
Tucker pulled him to the side of the bed. Sam tossed 2 pieces of rope from hand to hand.
The only question is, are you coming willingly, or are we going to have to use force?
Shadow glanced at his brother. Tracker stood by the door, arms folded, watching, not saying a word. Beside him, Sam and Zack stood, watching as well.
Do I at least get pants?
Kane scooped his up off the floor and tossed them across his lap. His thanks was wry. Sitting on the bed, he pulled them on.
So what needs settling?
Faye scooted up behind him on the bed. Against his back, he felt the bunching of the sheet and the softness of her skin. Her touch on his shoulder was gentle, soothing, a direct contrast to the tension emanating from the others.
Where you go from here?
Kane drawled.
I thought I'd take Faye to San Francisco.
No, Faye gasped.
To see your family,
Shadow told Faye over his shoulder.
Not to stay. Told you he'd run,
Zack observed.
Going for a visit is not running,
Shadow snapped. I don't want to visit, Faye countered.
Your family is important.
Faye scooted higher. So is yours. She was as determined as the expression on Tracker's face.
He's done with running,
Tracker stated in that low, no-nonsense tone that meant business.
Have you forgotten? I'm a wanted man. All the more reason to come home.
Home. The word hung between them. Tempting. Forbidden.
You know that's not possible. I can't endanger—
Faye kissed his shoulder and slipped her hand over his mouth, surprising him into silence. He could feel the shake of her head and the rocking of her lips against his skin. He really cannot help it, she said over his shoulder to Kane. It is not that he does not love you all. It is just that a dragon cannot change who he is. With a nip, he freed his mouth. Catching Faye's hand in his before she could jerk it away, he pressed a kiss on the back.
I can handle this.
I was just—
What he is Hell's 8,
Kane interrupted. Sam and Zack nodded.
Never said I wasn't. Wouldn't know it from the way you act,
Tracker growled. Faye's nails bit into his shoulder. The power of love goes both ways. You cannot be the only force. Sitting here, looking at the men who were his brothers in battle and life, he could begin to grasp the importance of those words. If it was Tracker who was being hunted by the law, and he had the compound of Hell's 8 to rely on, Shadow would want to be by his side, where he could protect him. Being protected does not mean you are weak. It means you are loved. Shit. How had he not understood before now?
Hell's 8 is where Shadow belongs. The Army is going to disagree with that,
Shadow pointed out. Kane smiled that cold, bring-on-the-world smile that was a battle cry in itself.
And if the Army has a problem with that, they're welcome to come discuss it.
His hand dropped to the butt of his revolver.
At any time.
Tucker and Zack dropped their hands to their knives. Sam cocked his rifle.
Any time. Any arguments?
Tracker asked, his eyes meeting Shadow's. Quite a few, but none that would be accepted.
If you harbor me, you'll be declaring war on the United States,
he pointed out, trying for logic. Sam pulled Colonel Daniels's book from his pocket.
I see it as a disagreement started by a colonel who's taken too many battle wounds." "You really think you could sell that?" Shadow asked. "Shit." Tucker handed Shadow back his knife. "Sam could sell kindling in a forest fire. And the government needs us here more than they need you dead," Kane finished. That was true enough. And with more settlers coming out here stirring up trouble with the Indians and tensions building with the southern states, the government needed all the help it could get in the West. "Hell's Eight's a mighty handy friend to have right about now," Tucker added. "And if we manage to come back in a few months, salvage some of that gold out of Faye's claim, we can sweeten the pot."
"Yes," Faye agreed. "It should be used for a fresh start." Sliding around his body, clutching the sheet to her chest, her heart, her hope a silent plea in her beautiful eyes, she said, "Your family wants you home, my husband." He looked at the men of Hell's Eight, men he'd grown up with, fought with, survived with. Big men, scarred inside and out by the battles they'd waged. Men who'd go to hell and back for those they loved. Men who'd known the worst and never expected better. Their bond had been forged in youth amidst pain and blood. A year and a half ago, he'd made the decision to sacrifice himself for two of those men. He'd made that decision alone, without consulting anyone. He'd done it because it had been the right thing and because he hadn't seen a future for himself. He'd do it again in a heartbeat. But if he had to do it over again, he wouldn't have just left without a word. He wouldn't have left his family with such worry. Sliding his fingers through Faye's hair, Shadow stroked his thumb along her mouth.
"So I see."
A year and a half ago, he hadn't thought love was for him, let alone grasped how much a smile could mean to him. But now Faye kissed his thumb and tucked herself into the curve of his body where she belonged, next to his heart. Now he was loved, by a woman as wild and reckless in her own way as he was in his. He remembered the moment when the tunnel was caving in on him and he'd thought it was the end. The grip of her hand on his ankle when he'd thought she was safely out. The terror that grip brought. The hope. The love. It had all crashed in on him in one blinding second of realization, ripping down the wall he'd built between himself and the world, leaving him with certain knowledge that he wasn't in control. It had scared the shit out of him. It still did. Everyone has their destiny. Accepting that was going to take a lifetime, but he'd made Faye a promise, and he had to start somewhere.
"So what are you going to do about it?"
Tracker asked, the very blankness of his expression communicating how much the answer meant to him. Holding Faye in his arms, holding his brother's gaze with his, Shadow pried himself loose from the knee-jerk response of the past. Faye was right about destiny. No matter what the future held, he was Hell's Eight. That's how he'd lived, and that's how he'd die. He stood. Faye scooted back, her gaze burning into his back as he pulled on his pants.
"Well?"
Sam asked. "Shadow?" Faye whispered. He turned at the uncertainty in her tone and ran the back of his fingers down her cheek, seeing the same uncertainty in her eyes.
"Would you like to see my home, honey?"
Her smile shook just a little, and he understood how much she'd still feared he'd turn backward, away from her. Damn, he had some bridges to mend there. Fortunately, he had a lifetime to make it right. Shit. When had he become a man who thought in terms of lifetimes? "Very much." Touching his thumb to her mouth, he steadied her with a soft press.
"Good, because I want it to be yours, too."
Her breath caught a second before her smile broke over him like sunshine. "That would make me happy." He knew the exact place he'd build their home, the level spot just above the main house. He always felt as if he could see the world from up there. His world, the one he wanted to share with Faye.
"We could get married in the garden."
Her breath caught again. "We are already married." He shook his head.
"I want a ceremony I know damn well is legal."
He leaned down and kissed her mouth because he couldn't not, and then whispered for her alone,
"And this time, I want the memory of your vows said with that same softness you say my name after we make love."
She blushed a fiery red. But his Faye wasn't a woman to run away from her dreams, and for some reason he didn't understand but would always be grateful for, she decided he was hers. Oh, yes, I would like that memory too. If his family wasn't here, he'd lay her on the bed and make the sweetest love to her. The way he always planned to, but never managed to make happen. Maybe on their wedding night. For now, he only had words.
"Damn, I love you."
It came out harsher than he'd intended. Faye still looked as if he'd handed her the purest gold. Maybe she really did understand him. "I love you too." Her lips shaped the words, "my dragon," so only he could see. And it was his turn to smile. However she saw him, it was good.
"Guess that means we won't need the shackles,"
Tucker cut in.
"Or those chains,"
Zack added. Shackles and chains? Shadow turned back to the others.
"Son of a bitch. Just what exactly were you planning on doing if I said no?"
It was Tucker who answered.
"Whatever it took."
Shit. Shadow believed him. He looked to Kane for confirmation. Kane just shrugged.
"You've been gone long enough." "Place just isn't the same without you stirring things up,"
Sam added. Faye held the sheet around her and came to his side, reminding him with a touch of all that was important. His Faye. His destiny. Pulling her close, he looked to track her. His brother nodded.
"It's time."
Yeah, it was. Time to let the past find its peace. Time to move forward with a new direction.
"Then let's go home."
This has been an Audible Inc. and Harlequin production of Shadows Stand, written by Sarah McCarty, read by Savannah Richards. Executive producer, Beth Anderson. Producer, Mike Charzik. Music by Michael Whalen. Copyright 2012 by Sarah McCarty. Production copyright 2011 by Audible Inc.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.